All right, good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock straight up. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome to the business day of the commission meeting here in Boise. And we had a good public hearing last night. The director will make some comments toward the statements that we heard last night. But I guess we'll start by introduction of the commission. Starting with Region 1.
Yeah, I'm Dave Bobbitt from Region 1, the Panhandle region.
Don Ebert, Region 2, the Clearwater region.
Good morning, Tim Murphy, Region 3.
Mike Roach, Region 4, Magic Valley.
Good morning, Jordan Charette, Region 5, Southeast Region.
Brody Harshbarger, Region 6, Upper Snake River.
Yeah, and good morning. I'm Ron Davies from Region 7, the Salmon region. With that, we'll move toward agenda changes. Commission Director, are there any agenda changes to be brought forth?
No, Mr. Chairman, not from us.
Seeing nothing from the commission. Move past that. Review of public comment, Director Fredericks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. So we did have a good turnout last night. By my count, we had 35 to 40 members of the public. We did have representatives from the Eastern Idaho Houndsman Association, the Idaho Houndsman Association, the Idaho Trappers Association, Idaho Conservation League, Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation, and then the Blaine County Board of Commissioners. So we had 12 people that provided oral testimony, and we had 3 comments submitted via email. You have those in your boxes, but I'll cover them briefly. So I'll start with comments related to agenda items. There were only a couple. We had a comment related to agenda item 5B, which is season setting for moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat. And we had an expression of support for all of the proposals that you'll be reviewing today. There was enthusiasm about the ability to add some bighorn sheep tags in response to increased populations, and disappointment in areas where we need to reduce or eliminate tags, but an understanding of that need and a general support for the proposal. We had a comment related to agenda item 13, which is the strategic plan update, and persons stated that they were pleased to see the department is in the process of revising our strategic plan, and they're looking forward to hearing more about that on the agenda today and then engaging with the strategic planning process. So again, most of the comments were related to non-agenda items and specifically to big game season setting, which will be on the March agenda. We'll begin scoping for those proposals just after this meeting. So we'll consider those a jump on the process, and we'll consider those comments as we collect comment from others during the scoping process coming up. Most of the comments were related to the Weiser Bear units, 22, 31, and 32A, and we heard a number of people requesting to extend the hound hunting season by 2 weeks to include the whole month of September. The other topic that we had multiple comments on related to wolf trapping, specifically in units 48 and 49, where there is currently no wolf trapping season on public land. We had 2 commenters, one from the Blaine County Commissioner, Board of Commission, and then a senator from District 26 that asked that the commission stay the course on that issue, citing potential conflicts with outdoor recreationists in the Wood River Valley, and expressing their concerns that it would result in negative economic impacts if people are deterred from recreating in the area. We did have another commenter noting that unit 48 and 49 are the only 2 units that do not allow wolf trapping on public land, and asked the commission to consider allowing some public land trapping opportunity in those units. He also noted that he's willing to work with the opponents of trapping in the area to try to identify areas where there could be compromise. Other comments were related to a desire to see additional mountain lion hunting, hound hunting opportunity in the Magic Valley and the Southeast regions. We heard one person express concern that elk are displacing mule deer in some areas. We had a request that the department work with Idaho State Department of Ag to ensure rules related to captive service facilities are in place to prevent the establishment and spread of CWD. We had a recommendation to implement an antler pickup season in the Southwest region in the area of the Paddock fire. We had a request to expand areas and seasons where wolves can be harvested using night vision equipment, thermal imaging. We had a comment that there needs to be more financial incentive for people harvesting wolves in the Middle Fork and other backcountry areas. We had a comment expressing a belief that wolf predation on deer and elk can be a valuable tool to minimize the spread of chronic wasting disease. And we had a comment urging state policy to focus more on non-lethal methods in dealing with wolf conflicts, suggesting that harvesting wolves can cause pack splintering, which can actually result in higher livestock conflicts. In addition to those oral comments, we had 3 written submittals. 2 of those were similar to some of the oral comments, urging the commission not to open public lands in 48 and 49 to wolf trapping. And then another that was generally critical of how the department manages wolves and other predators. So, Mr. Chairman, that summarizes public comment from last night.
Thank you, Director. Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. I trust that the commission's had a chance to review the minutes and financial report. Is there any comments or concerns with any of that? Seeing and hearing none, without any objection, we'll go ahead and have consent to the calendar being posted. Next item up is an action item. We'll start with price lock opt-in action. John, welcome.
About the opt-in mechanic of price lock. And so what we're going to have before you is a decision on whether we want to continue to let newcomers opt into price lock or not. And so to be clear, we're not looking at impacting price lock itself or ending that program prematurely or anything of that nature. But with that in mind, I am going to start out just with an overview of the price lock program or discount. So in 2017, the legislature passed House Bill 230, which directed the commission to basically issue a discount order. It wasn't through 2027 at that time, but it's since been extended. It was originally for a 5-year period. And so there was a resident fee increase in 2018. And what that effectively did was allowed those who hold an annual license to continue paying pre-2018 prices prior to the price increase. And so prior to 2018, the last price increase for residents was in 2006. So effectively, those who are price locked are paying 2006 prices. The requirement to be price locked is to purchase or hold a license in each subsequent year. It can be combo, hunting, fishing, doesn't matter. And there are some exceptions in that order for military leave, leave for higher education or religious purposes. So someone could leave, come back, and keep price locked under those exceptions. And the purpose of price lock was originally to incentivize an annual purchase and reduce kind of churn, but also preserve pricing, kind of like a loyalty discount for those who buy every year, kind of to offer that pre-price increase rate for an extended period. Which brings me to the opt-in mechanic. It was part of the original discount order that the commission signed, and then when we extended when the commission extended the discount order, it by translation automatically got in there. And the opt-in mechanic, which I'll talk more about in a moment, is not mentioned in the original legislation. So going back to that House Bill 230, looking at what the legislature's intent, that was something that was added, but was not mentioned in the legislation. So to opt in, what newcomers can do is purchase a 3-year license or purchase a lifetime license, and effectively they can then partake in that loyalty discount or whatever you'd like to call it. They're basically opt into price lock. And so years later, the opt-in mechanic is somewhat inconsistent with the price lock goals, which is to incentivize annual purchase or holding of a license and to reward those who purchase every year. And so it effectively allows someone to buy 1 year, wait 4 years, come back, and still have that price lock available. And we're seeing some incidental opt-in where someone buys a 3-year license and it's just kind of a bonus that they're price locked. It may not be like the intent that they were going for. So there is a fiscal impact to that. And I'll walk through this table a little bit. It's kind of busy, but basically we offer around $150,000 a year in discounts to people that opt in. So each year through 3-year licenses and a very small portion of lifetime license holders in that, about $150,000 in revenue that we forego basically to price lock these newcomers. Each year, that's a new $150,000 on top of the 150 in the prior year. So by year 3, it's about $450,000 a year, but cumulatively, we've offered $900,000 in discounts over 3 years. By 5 years, estimating, after that 3-year license expires, maybe 25% of people don't buy in year 4. We get up to 2.1 million over a 5-year period in foregone revenue. And or about 650 grand a year in discounts. And that's an estimate without having the actual churn numbers handy after 3 years. So there's a fiscal impact there as well. And so the recommendation that I have before you would be, of course, keep price lock itself intact. We're not looking at prematurely ending the current order through 2027, but it would sunset the opt-in provision through purchase of a 3-year license, effective March 5th. And I know that's an oddly specific date. And working with our license team and figuring out what would work best in the license sales system to avoid any major sales, give ample time for testing, and also give the public ample notice that the opt-in mechanic's ending, and if they want to take advantage of that, to have time to do that. So that's why we picked that date. And so consideration would be also if you wanted to end the opt-in provision, you could either do that for just the 3-year license holder, newcomers that buy 3-year licenses, or you could also do it for those who are buying lifetime license certificates. So they also become opted in. I don't have a specific recommendation on that consideration, but I do have 2 suggested motions if this were something the commission were interested in doing to end the opt-in portion of price lock. And so those are before you on the screen here. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners, questions, comments? John, I guess I do have one question. It seems to me that there was some discussion a few years ago that this helped stabilize this opt-in option, help kind of stabilize the budget because of the I guess because you're purchasing the 3-year license when you do that. Is that a concern? Does my question make sense? And is that a concern that you would have moving forward?
Mr. Chairman, that question does make sense. And there is, obviously the incentive of buying a 3-year license. We're guaranteed 3 years of revenue. I'm not sure that 7 years into price lock, it's quite as beneficial as it once was early on, with the intent to reduce kind of churn, people that might buy 2 out of 5 years or 3 or 4 out of 5 years. In my estimation, I think we are foregoing more revenue than we are gaining through that 3-year license reduction in churn, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? Anyone care to make a motion?
The top motion there, Mr. Chairman, would be just for the 3-year license purchasers, and the bottom motion would be for lifetime licenses and 3-year licenses no longer being part of the opt-in. So those are the options before you there.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ebert.
am I understanding correctly that if you buy a lifetime license, then you get the price lock?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that's correct. So currently, if you buy a lifetime license certificate, then price locked, and pretty much because that gets you an annual license automatically, you are price locked for good.
So if we did away with that, you went to buy a lifetime license, then it would cost you more money, right?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that's correct.
Do you know off the top of your head how much more?
I believe it's around 20%, but I would have to look.
Director?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I would just observe that when we went into the, so just to clarify that a lifetime license holder wouldn't be locked into price lock prices forever. Because the discount order goes through 2027, at which time we'll revisit it. But the fact is Chief Oswald noted, is that we're selling those products at 2006 prices, and a dollar doesn't go as far as it did in 2006. So we obviously can't afford to keep price lock indefinitely because of inflationary pressures. And right now we have about 50%, slightly over 50% of our resident license holders are locked in at 2006 prices. So it is becoming a fiscal concern. So we have not realized fully the fee increase that we got in 2017, and that's fine for the time being, but we can't operate like that forever. And so this is essentially a first step in that direction.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, so the people that are price locked now, they're grandfathered in until 27. Is that fair? Through 27.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, that is correct. This wouldn't impact anyone who had prior opted in through this 3-year license or lifetime license mechanic. Anyone who's price locked would, as long as they continue to hold an annual license through the duration of the discount order, would remain price locked. So this would not impact anyone who's currently price locked.
Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, although I hate price increases, I do understand inflation on everything that I purchase. So I'd make the motion to discontinue price lock and a lifetime resident license certificates included. I move to amend order 2220 to discontinue the ability to become newly eligible for price lock through the purchase of 3-year license or a lifetime license certificate after March 5th of 2025.
Thank you, Commission. You have a motion. Is there a second?
I'd second.
Second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Bobbitt or Commissioner Ebert? You good? Any other? So basically, if this goes forward, then anybody that buys the 3-year license is going to have it until the sunset may or may not take effect. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, John.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just will observe that our monitors aren't working up here, and we'll get those fixed at break so that you don't have to squint to see the back.
Or look over the presenter's shoulder trying to. Okay, let's see here. Next on the agenda, season setting moose, bighorn sheep, mountain goat. Holly, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So in your boxes, you do have a hard copy of the draft moose, sheep, and goat big game seasons and rules. Moose, sheep, and goat seasons and rules. And also a summary of public input. So I wanted to begin by talking about the outreach we did prior to bringing these proposals to you for moose, sheep, and goat seasons. We started out with a press release that went to 240 media contacts. We sent out 5 emails, which amounted to 210,507 recipients. There are duplicates there. So we would send out the initial, proposals are available for public input, and then, follow up reminding people to participate. We also had 22 social media posts, which reached over 69,000 people. We had 20 regional videos presented by species, and those videos had over 1,000 100, well, over 1,100 views. Public participation, the proposals posted on the website from December 19th through January 9th. There were 394 unique emails used, so that would amount to what we consider 394 participants. And of those, they submitted 1,368 submissions. That would be the support, do not support results. And they also submitted 538 comments on proposals. 94% of those submissions were from Idaho. So we also hosted 10 open houses in the regions. This provided the public opportunity to interact with us in person, and 15 people took advantage of that opportunity. So I'll start out with moose proposals. And since your monitors aren't working, we'll walk through this in a way that hopefully you can see it a little better. It's a busy slide to start with, but these are all the tables that are in your draft. Okay, we'll start out with our first proposal. This was a change to Hunt Area 1-3 in the Panhandle. This change would add the Purcell Mountains, which would be an increase of 230,000 acres to the Hunt area, with the idea that we would provide additional opportunity for moose harvest there. Out of the 90 people that provided input, 84% supported the proposal. We also scoped 2 additional proposals with the public. They were to eliminate the Hunt 3027 and 3031. That's Hunt Area 7, the October 2-week season with 5 tags, and the Hunt Area 9, October 2-week season with 5 tags. As you can see, these proposals had support, not as much as our other proposals for moose, sheep, and goat. But we got our harvest data, 2024 harvest data, after we proposed these changes. And after we had the results of that data, it indicated that we didn't need to make these changes. We saw an increase in hunter success, in antler spread, decrease in days to harvest. So we propose no change to these proposals now, even though we scoped them with the public and saw some support for them. The additional data influenced that proposal. Our next proposals are from the Clearwater. Reduce tags in Hunt 10-1 from 6 to 4, 10-6 from 2 to 1, and 12-1 from 2 to 1. These proposals all had good support from the public, with 90% of 41 participants supporting the first proposal to reduce tags from 6 to 4. In 10-1, 79% of 29 participants supported reducing tags in 10-6, and 72% supported the reduction of tags in 12-1. These proposals were all made due to decreasing hunter success, increased days to harvest, and really observations from our field personnel, our biologists, our officers, and the public of just reduced numbers of moose in these areas. This proposal is from the Magic Valley region. It is to change Hunt Area 55 and create a new hunt. So we would pull Unit 57 out of the previous Hunt Area 55, create a new hunt, Hunt Area 57, which would be all of Unit 57, and add 1 tag. About this hunt, the previous hunt, 3058 has about a 93% success rate. And all the harvest has been coming out of Unit 55, when both units have established moose populations that seem to be doing pretty well. So this would provide additional opportunity by spreading out hunters into another unit, 57. We scoped these separately, but as you can see, they both received 93% support and quite a bit of participation. This proposal is from the Salmon region. It's to eliminate moose hunt from 3050 from Hunt Area 27 with 1 tag. 74% of the 54 participants supported this proposal. We've only had one moose harvested in this area in, I think, the last 8 years. And this last season, this last 2024 season, we only had one applicant in the first choice hunt application period. We also have done survey work for bighorn sheep and other species in the Middle Fork area and really just haven't seen any moose. So we held on to this tag for a while thinking that maybe it would provide somebody an opportunity, but it really doesn't look like that's a legitimate opportunity to hunt moose anymore. So we propose eliminating that hunt. And I'll pause there for any questions about moose proposals.
Commissioners, Commissioner Charette.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Holly, as I look, it looks like you're increasing more hunts than you're decreasing. Does that mean we have an overall healthy herd or healthy moose population in Idaho? I know there's some concern about some diseases. Is that kind of alleviated? Is it doing a lot better than we anticipated?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette. So I should have mentioned, so this is an overall reduction of 4 tags from in the antlered hunts. So 514 to 510 antler tags. We didn't propose any new antlerless hunts, but we didn't reduce those tags either. So I would say right now, compared to the last, 10 years, this is a smaller reduction in total number of tags than we've had. And I think we're hoping that the moose populations have stabilized, and maybe in some areas we could, maybe next time we'll collect data, we'll keep an eye on things, maybe start offering some additional opportunity. I know your region, the Southeast region, didn't suggest any new proposals this year, which is encouraging, to hang on to what we've got. And I also know in the comments that people would really like to see antlerless harvests brought back. We still do have concerns with, moose survival rates and how parasites and pathogens are affecting those. We are still seeing impacts from that. And we continue to have our moose research program going, and hopefully we'll have some more answers. But compared to 2 years ago, where we had a reduction of almost 30 tags, this is a much better situation to be in.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Let's continue.
Thank you. Next, we'll do bighorn sheep proposals. There are quite a few of them. We will start with the Southwest region. So we did a survey flight in March of 2024. And based on those numbers and direction from our bighorn sheep management plan, we have proposals to increase opportunity. The management plan direction is up to 20% harvest of class 3-4 rams. So we'll start with 20A. 20A, 26, and 27 are all part of the Middle Fork survey. So when you see these proposals. So the proposal for 20A is to increase from 3 to 4 tags, 86% support of the 51 people that participated. Hunt area 26, there's a proposed boundary change, and you heard about that last night. I think it simplifies the boundary. It makes it easier for hunters. So we're taking proposal is to take unit 27 out of hunt area 26 and just make it all of unit 26. We also proposed to increase from 3 to 5 tags. And out of 61 participants, 79% support for that proposal. We're also proposing a new hunt, 20A late. That would be 2 tags. And so the last 2 weeks of October, 91% of 45 participants supported this proposal. And also an increase in the 26 late hunt from 1 to 3 tags. 90% support from 39 participants. And the hunt area boundary change you see at the bottom there is just adding, it's the same boundary for 20A as 28 late. So a lot of support and a lot of excitement for these increases in tags. This proposal is from the Salmon region. It's to eliminate hunt 5014 in 30, hunt area 30. It received 84% support from 32 participants. We've been watching this hunt for a couple of years now. Our last survey, we only counted 34 total animals. So we put out some callers to see if we maybe could find them. Maybe they changed how they're using the winter range when we were surveying. And also our harvest has looked pretty good there. But based on what we found with the radio callers and hunter harvest reports, we can't come up with more sheep at this point. So using our management plan guidelines, we are proposing to eliminate this hunt with 2 tags. The proposals for Unit 27. For 27-1, that's a boundary change, which we talked about previously. The proposal for 27-4 was an increase from 3 to 4 tags. You'll see a good amount of support for both of those proposals, 100% for the boundary change, which we never see 100% support for anything. So of 31 people, everyone thought that was a good idea, and 92% support for the increase in tags in 27-4. And once again, this was based on the Middle Fork survey we did in March and management plan guidelines. We also proposed to increase tags in the 27 late hunt from 1 to 2, and making that all of Unit 27 as a hunt area boundary change. Also, a great deal of support for this proposal, with 95% of 63 participants supporting that change. Changes to hunts in hunt area 37. This is the Lost River Range. We also did a survey last March for this area and saw an increase in animals and class 3-4 rams. Using that and management plan guidance, we developed these proposals. Our initial proposal was to increase tags in 5018 and 5019 from 5 to 7 and add a new hunt, 37 late, with 1 tag. So that was an increase of 5 tags total that went along with management plan guidance, giving a little bit of room for the possibility of an auction or lottery tag hunter to hunt there. So we that was included in the 20% of class 3-4 ram. We, based on public comment and concerns about crowding and how we could maybe address that, we looked at that. We had good support for the original proposals, as you see. 78 supported the increase in tags in the early hunts, and 89% of people were really excited about a new late hunt opportunity. Our proposal that we bring to you to address public concerns is not to change the total number of tags that we increase by, but to move them around in the time frame a little bit. So increase by 1 tag in the early hunts, 5018 and 5009, so 5 tags to 6 tags, and then add 2 tags into the 37 late hunt, which would be 3 total. So 3 total tags in the new 37 late hunt in the last 2 weeks of October. We also had a proposal for the East Fork. This is hunt 5027. It's the 36A late hunt, the last 2 weeks of October. We proposed eliminating this tag. We have concerns about the total sheep population there, including ram numbers. We had 92% support for this proposal, and we did opt to keep the 2 tags in the early hunt. So there's still opportunity in this area. We just took out a tag in the late hunt, proposed to take out a tag in the late hunt. For the California bighorn sheep, as you heard last night, we surveyed those this summer. We had declines in population, total population numbers and class 3-4 ram numbers. That generates this proposal to decrease tags in 41, which is Jacks Creek, from 4 to 1, and in hunt area 42 from 4 to 3. Good support for these. People understand, I think, as Director Fredericks mentioned, that we're using plan guidance and our most recent survey to generate these proposals. 92% of 66 participants supported the decrease in tags in hunt area 41, and 91% of 64 participants supported the tag decrease in hunt area 42. I will note this just so the numbers all match up. So last year, the commission provided 2 rain checks in Hunt Area 42 for medical reasons. So that hunt had 6 tags, but when you you decided to rain check those hunters, you decreased tags from 6 to 4 in that area. So there are only still 6 total hunters. So that's where you see the 4 tags there instead of 6, just to alleviate any confusion. So in the brochure, in the proposal, it looks like the decrease of 1 tag from 4 to 3. But really, if we hadn't made the changes and we would have put the 2 tags back, it would have been some from 6 to 3 reduction.
That makes sense.
So that's the numbers. I just wanted to clarify that action for the total. So in general, things looking really good for Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep. We had an increase of 4 tags in the early hunt and an increase of 7 tags in the late hunts. And we did reduce, based on what we just talked about, 4 tags in the California Bighorn sheep hunts. These are all proposals. The total would now be for Bighorn sheep tags in the state gone from 98 to 103, and that would include the special lottery and auction tags. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Gentlemen, any questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Ebert.
I don't know if this is relevant really, but it's a curiosity of mine is, Holly, do you have a feel or an idea how many of these hunts are outfitted hunts? Do people go and do it themselves, or do they hire an outfitter generally?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I don't have exact numbers on that. I do know that outfitters are hired to help with these hunts. Bighorn sheep can be difficult areas to access, requires a lot of time to scout, especially in some of our backcountry hunts, the wilderness areas, but I don't have an exact number of how many are outfitted.
Okay, so but many of them are, and yet there's no allocation, right? We don't allocate outfitter tags for bighorn sheep.
Correct,
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert.
Holly, there was a request from the Wild Sheep Foundation to perhaps split Area 37. And is there, I guess, what was the reasoning behind not splitting that area into 2 units?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we all saw that proposal. The regions did a lot of work. We all got together. We went through all the data that we had, including harvest, previous radio collar data. And the conclusion that we came to is we didn't have a lot of great data to support splitting the area at their suggestion, Double Springs Pass. We also were concerned about making a proposal that was that big without providing any opportunity for the general public to comment on it. I did talk to the president of the chapter, Josh Miller, and he understood. And I think they felt that we made an attempt to address their concerns about crowding in that hunt by moving tags in the 3 timeframes that we had opportunity already scoped for.
Thank you. And then on the California sheep, those numbers just seem to be going in the toilet. What I mean, is there any kind of a management plan implementation that you can foresee helping to boost those numbers in the future?
Mr. Chairman, we are working on that. And contrary to the testimony last night, we've been working on this population for a long time, trying to identify the cause of the decline. We've done genetics work. We know they have low genetic diversity, which is not uncommon for California sheep across the range. We have done cost-specific mortality work, looking at leading factors. And where we've been working in Jacks Creek, we see a combination of things. Not a MOVI. They seem to be healthy along those lines, which is really good news. But they are dying from other odd things like blue tongue. And then, of course, the concerns about predation. The information we have now doesn't look like predation is driving adult survival there, but the missing piece is like neonates, lambs. We know we're not recruiting very many lambs, and hence you see these declines in population. So we've been gathering information to try to look at the best approach. You know, what's our biggest factor? Where do we spend our resources to try to turn this around? We have some ideas. We are working on some internal projects and how we'll move forward in this next coming year or two to try to, get these guys going in the right direction.
Fair enough. Thank you. Commissioners, any other? Seeing none, go ahead and continue.
All right, one last proposal. This is for mountain goats. We have one proposal from the Clearwater region. It is to combine hunt areas 10-2 and 10-1 into one hunt area and reducing tags by one. So it'll be going from 2 tags in the 2 hunts to 1 tag in 1 hunt area. 79% support from the 53 people that participated. These hunts, we've been trying to figure out how to better manage this hunt area for a while. Right now, over the last 10 years, I guess we have about 44% nanny harvest in 10-1 and 50% in 10-2. It's too much. You know, we're using our management plan guidance to try to reduce that where we won't be impacting population growth. So this is our proposal now. By possibly adding these 2 hunt areas together, giving people more opportunity, we're hoping that they will be able to spend enough time in there to find a billy to harvest this year. And that's our only mountain goat proposal. So that would be an overall reduction from 41 to 40 tags.
A more generalized question for this. The department implemented the identification program prior to hunting. Do you have any data to show is that helping with the nanny survival rates?
Mr. Chairman, so we've had it for 2 years now, and we did see a decrease in overall nannies in the harvest. I will say we're not talking about big numbers, you know, influencing the percentage, but improvement is improvement, and we're going to keep working with that. We have some ideas to possibly improve the test and the information we provide in that. So we're going to continue, you know, working with that program. But I mean, like I said, we saw some indications of a decline. And I will say in the public comments, people talked about requiring a test. So I think there was support when we initiated that program at your direction. And, you know, it can only help, I think, in identification of nannies in the harvest.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Commission? Commissioner Schrett?
I'll give you a motion.
Okay.
I move the commission adopt the staff recommendation for moose, bighorn, sheep, and mountain goat hunting season, tag numbers, and hunt boundaries for the 2025-2026 season as presented.
I'd like to second that.
Seconded by Brody. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Break. We want to break now, or should we go through?
Let's go to the bear plan and then take a break.
Okay. Okay, that sounds great. Okay, Shane, the Black Bear Management Plan.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I'm going to be covering the Idaho Black Bear Management Plan presentation this morning. At the November Commission meeting, Regan Berkeley presented the draft Idaho Black Bear Management Plan 2025 to 2030, and you approved the release of that draft for public input. Today, I'll be presenting a summary of public comments received on the draft plan and revisions the planning team made to the proposed final version in response to that input. The draft bear plan was available for 21 days of public scoping on the department's website from November 12th through December 3rd. We received submissions through the web form, emails, and letters from interested groups. After reviewing the comments received and removing duplicates and blank entries, we received a total of 246 unique submissions, 232 of which specified their level of support for the draft plan. As you can see here, 88% of submissions were from Idaho residents. We also received letters from Idaho Conservation League, Idaho Wildlife Federation, Safari Club International, and Western Watersheds. As you can see in this table, the plan was generally supported by all respondents. 85% of residents supported the plan or supported the plan with some concerns. The top regions of residents for respondents were the Southwest, Clearwater, and Panhandle regions. Similarly, 85% of non-residents that responded also supported the plan at some level, and the top states of their residency were Utah and Washington. Staff also reviewed and summarized 178 comments provided by respondents that covered a wide variety of topics related to black bear management or the plan itself. The majority of comments received were focused on hunting seasons or regulation changes. These comments were not considered as part of the plan revision process because season setting recommendations are considered during the upcoming big game season setting process you'll be engaged in. Staff were able to sort the remaining comments that were pertinent to the plan into major themes. For those who indicated some level of support for the plan, most comments generally suggested overall support for the department or the general plan direction. Some of the support with concern comments discussed the amount of non-resident bear hunting, participation, and offered a variety of solutions to limit non-residents. Some indicated a desire to see additional black bear hunting opportunities, while suggesting limitations on various user groups like bait or hound hunters. Those that didn't support the plan either generally didn't support bear hunting, didn't support the department or the plan's direction, or indicated a desire to see limitations on black bear hunting opportunities. There were also several themes that were shared by both groups of respondents. One was concern regarding the lack of a meat salvage requirement for black bears. Another was concern over expanding grizzly bear populations in the state and the potential impacts to black bear hunting opportunity. And there was shared concern regarding the increase in humans on the landscape and the potential increase in user conflicts. Before discussing how staff incorporated public comment to make changes to the draft plan, I'd like to revisit the notable goals for this planning process. The key goals were to maintain a management philosophy that provides a diversity of black bear hunting opportunities across the state, evaluate effective and efficient ways to gather additional information on bear hunting effort and distribution, find cost-effective and time-efficient ways to monitor black bear populations that would augment our existing harvest data, and better understand black bear hunter preferences on season structure based on results of a black bear hunter opinion survey. So a little more on each of these goals. Managing healthy black bear populations to maintain a diversity of bear hunting opportunities around the state was the primary and overarching goal of this planning process. The plan accomplishes this goal by guiding the department to continue to manage black bear populations to provide annual hunting opportunities, including ample spring and fall seasons, and a variety of methods of take, including baiting and hound hunting. We also sought to improve our black bear harvest data collection. Since 1983, successful black bear hunters have been required to check their harvested bears. During that check, we get data on where the bear was harvested, the sex of the bear, how long the hunter spent hunting, the methods used to harvest the bear, and we also extract a tooth to get age data. However, unsuccessful black bear hunters aren't currently asked to submit information to IDFG. This means we don't have a complete data set on hunter distribution across the state or how bear harvest success rates may vary between units and over time. During the life of this plan, we plan to evaluate effective and efficient ways to gather this information from unsuccessful hunters. We have tools to accomplish this for other species that you're familiar with, like mandatory harvest reporting, coupled with telephone surveys for deer and elk hunters. But we will be evaluating the best method to efficiently accomplish this with bear hunters. We would also like to efficiently improve the data we're able to collect on black bear populations around the state. Augmenting the harvest data we currently collect with effective yet efficient population monitoring methods will only improve the precision of our management actions. The department is already heavily invested in camera-based estimation methods, as you've heard about in the past with our past estimates on statewide wolf population and our ongoing work to estimate ungulates in North Idaho forested environments. And we plan to continue to evaluate this method's effectiveness for black bear estimation. A couple of other methods that have shown promise for black bear monitoring in other areas include mark recapture and statistical population reconstruction methods. As the name suggests, mark recapture methods start by taking a sample of bears and marking them, and then at a later point or points in time, some method is used to recapture those bears. Now, the recapture can be a physical capture or just an observation through a picture even. That recapture may involve, the proportion of the second sample that are marked can then be used to estimate the total population size. Statistical population reconstruction uses harvest data in combination with other information such as age data, survival rates, recruitment rates, etc., to generate population estimates. Although slightly different, the new genetic-based wolf estimation method that you heard about in July has aspects of population reconstruction in it. We're also exploring better ways to track the annual availability of forage on the landscape. Because black bears are omnivores and their movements, behavior, and body condition are obviously often closely tied to annual fluctuations in nutritious forage like berry crops. While tracking this data will not produce bear abundance estimates in themselves, they can be useful as another tool in monitoring bear conflicts and harvest rates. The last notable goal of the plan was to improve our understanding of black bear hunter preferences. We surveyed bear hunters as part of this planning effort, and the survey was used to inform current satisfaction with harvest management direction and to understand if hunters have other needs or preferences that aren't currently being met. We identified a couple important themes from that survey. First, there was concern about the increase in non-resident participation in black bear hunting in Idaho and the effect it may have on harvest rates and population management goals. In the graph on the right here, you can see the proportion of bear hunters that are non-residents, shown in orange, has increased over time relative to resident hunters, shown in blue. Second, there appeared to be some level of discord between bear hunters in different groups. There were several instances where hunters from one group advocated for limiting another group's participation. It remains unclear whether these issues stem from hunter crowding, misconceptions about other user groups, or actual negative interactions in the field. We plan to use season-setting scoping processes or possibly additional survey efforts to gain a deeper understanding of these concerns and to explore potential strategies for mitigating them. Now onto the changes that were made in the current version of the plan you have in front of you. For technical edits, the more significant changes in the revised draft plan you received are identified in red text or strike-throughs. We also added a new appendix to the plan summarizing the public comments received. We added some information to the plan to begin to address the questions about the effect of non-resident hunting participation. We expanded the discussion section on non-resident bear harvest in the draft plan and added additional maps to help visualize non-resident harvest. The regulations designed to increase bear harvest by non-residents were intended to focus additional harvest in game management units where elk populations have been limited by predation. These new maps depict resident harvest distribution on the left and non-resident harvest distribution on the right for the years 2020 to 2023. As you can see, non-resident harvest has been focused primarily in areas of central Idaho and the Lolo and Selway elk zones, where the department has implemented predation management plans. Harvest metrics indicate that bear populations across the state are largely stable, even with elevated harvest by non-residents. However, if overall harvest continues to increase, this topic warrants continued attention. To address concerns about lack of meat salvage requirements for black bears, we added historical context to the plan. Beginning in 1973, Idaho required the meat from harvested bears to be salvaged. In 2010, there was legislation that excluded black bears from meat salvage requirements of most other big game animals like deer and elk. The statutory exception in Title 36, Chapter 12, aligned black bear meat salvage requirements with those of mountain lions and gray wolves. Because meat salvage requirements for black bears were developed through legislative action, any revisions to black bear meat salvage requirements would need to again proceed legislatively. We will be updating this information further on page 15 of the final version of the plan. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, most of the comments we received during the public period pertain to desired changes to hunting seasons and rules. The majority of these were specific to increasing or decreasing hunting opportunities and suggested changes like adjustments in the usage of second bear tags, adjustments to season dates, and altering methods of take to reduce apparent user conflicts on the landscape. Many of these comments suggested changes in specific game management units. These comments are better addressed during the big game season setting process and have been forwarded to regional staff for consideration as part of that upcoming process. So in conclusion, the department has reviewed input received from public comment period and has incorporated improvements in the revised plan in front of you now for consideration. The department's recommendation is for the commission to adopt the Idaho Black Bear Management Plan 2025 to 2030, and an example motion to align with that recommendation is on your screen. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, this concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Shane. Questions, comments? Commissioner Murphy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shane, really good job. And I've gone through this twice, highlighted and then just reread it. Well done. You covered a lot of ground, and it's at the elevation strategically. I think that's right for long-term use and guidance of operations plans. I have one diversion from that, and that is I recognize the reasoning for a decision. This was some years ago to not require salvage of black bear meat. And I have, and I think my fellow commissioners over time, we all receive input. I've gotten quite a bit. Folks disagreeing in this today with the decision, particularly the justification. So what I believe and ask is that the commission take a close look at the justification, the kernel of why the change was made years ago to not require salvaging of meat, and work to inform the legislature. This is something that, isn't for this legislative session, but we start looking at that and take into account both the original rationale and changing times and social pressures, and put all that together and have a package. I don't know where that'll end, but I think that question is worth asking after all these years. Thanks.
Well said, Commissioner Murphy. Any further comments?
Yeah, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Bobbitt.
Shane, in previous surveys, have we seen this conflict among user groups, whether it be houndsmen or free chase, or has that always been an issue? Or did maybe our survey spur that on?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, to start with, it's been over 15 years since we've done a black bear plan. So we're a little bit out of date on having a comparison to this survey, but, and possibly because it's been so long since we've revised that plan. And we asked in the survey, we asked many questions about user types. There is that possibility, is the short answer, that maybe by the way we asked some questions, we might have spurred some concern that we were considering limiting one group or another. And if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Commissioner Murphy, appreciate the praise. It has nothing to do with me, and lots of kudos for the team that put this together.
We recognize that, but you're up here, so we'll funnel the thank you very much through you, and thank you all.
I certainly will.
Shane, I guess the question or comment I'd have is on the the increase in the non-resident harvest. How is that, and you may not have these numbers, and I hate to put you on the spot, but it just popped into my head. Percentage wise of tags sold to non-residents versus residents for bear hunting, is it a significant number? I'm not even sure how to ask this question. Is the is the percentage of non-resident hunters more incidental in nature? They're picking up a bear tag when they're out elk or deer hunting, or do you think that there's a direct correlation with them out specifically to hunt bears?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. As you know, they do have that opportunity to use their deer tag to harvest a bear. But I would say that the general perception is we're seeing an increase in direct bear hunting activity by non-residents in the state of Idaho, an increase in interest, I will say, of purposely coming to Idaho to harvest black bears. Would you agree with that? Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that is correct. There isn't an overall, are you speaking from non-residents or both? Correct. The only limit to non-residents is associated with hound hunting permits in the majority of the state. Those are limited to 70 statewide. Yes, on the hound huntings.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Shane, would the explanation of having more out-of-state black bear hunters in Idaho be a result of lack of opportunity in other states?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, we believe that to be true.
Great point. Great. Any further questions? Thank you, Shane. Commission, do we have a motion? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we adopt the staff recommendation for the commission to adopt the Idaho Black Bear Management Plan 25 through 2030.
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Charette. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Shane. Okay, shall we take a break, Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so I'm clear on direction that came from Commissioner Murphy in terms of the question about requirement to salvage bear meat. So I think we can do some homework in terms of learning and trying to inform as to the history of that and what other states are doing and the human health risks and whatnot. So I think ideally, and as Shane noted, a lot of the comments from the bear hunters themselves were in support of a requirement like that, just recognizing the social acceptability of black bear hunting and the optics and that maybe it's in the best interest of bear hunting in general to change that statute. So what I would like to work toward is that being something that comes from bear hunters as opposed to the department. I think that's the ideal situation because it stands a much greater likelihood of succeeding downtown if that's where it's perceived to be originating from. And indeed, it largely is originating from there. So that's consistent with your direction?
It's extremely consistent. And again, as I said, this is not something to rush. Have many years, I think 15 years or so since this decision was made. So we can take the time to summarize why it was made, how it worked then, and how it's working for our hunters and the greater support in Idaho for hunting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. So it is shortly after 9 o'clock. We will reconvene. We'll take a break and reconvene at 9:25. Is that good? Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Next up on the agenda is non-resident tag issuance advisory group recommendations. I got to, on behalf of the commission, I'd just say that this was a very heavy topic. We came in for a workshop early yesterday to discuss it because there's a lot of moving parts in this. And so appreciate the department's guidance and ability to try to educate us on such a big task here. So, Tara, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Commissioners and Director Fredericks. Pleased to be here this morning to discuss the recommendations made by the Non-Resident Tag Issuance Advisory Group. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, we did have a public workshop yesterday afternoon to really deep dive what these recommendations mean and what their potential outcomes could be. So, just a quick recap of the purpose of this advisory group. This was formed back in early 2024 with the charge to review the current process for non-resident general season deer and elk tags and how we issue those to non-residents. And after a review of that process, this group was charged with developing recommendations to provide to the commission on potential changes or improvements to that system. Membership on this group included members of the Idaho legislature, Idaho hunters at large, as well as interests in rural economy and the outfitting industry. Given the pretty hefty purpose of this group, we did establish quite a few sideboards for the group to consider as they started to make recommendations. One being that the department needed to maintain their fiscal soundness and be fiscally whole. With any proposed changes, we wanted to maintain hunter demand for our non-resident tags, maintain a required minimum 10% non-resident hunter participation, which is some interstate commerce law, and that any recommendation that the group might have was contingent on any technical capabilities that our licensing system does or does not have. And ultimately, the commission would be the decision maker on any of the recommendations brought forth by the group. So once the sideboards were set, this group outlined their ideal characteristics of what the non-resident tag issuance system could look like. And while I'm not going to read all of these to you here, I did want to highlight a few specific points. The group had pretty extensive conversation about the idea of fairness and equity. And while the group as a whole really agreed that that was a high ideal, there was very varied opinion on what the definition of fairness and equity means in this type of system. So just wanted to call that out, that was really one of the North Star type of guiding lights that this group talked about. But in addition to things like maintaining demand, keeping outfitters whole and maintaining their needs, as well as ensuring that IDFG was sound, was part of all of their discussions. So after they made this list of ideals, they also outlined all the problems that they believe exist with the current over-the-counter system. And they took those ideals and these problems and kind of came up with a scoring system to decide if our current over-the-counter system could be more robust and improved to solve those problems, or if moving to something like a draw system would better serve to solve these problems. And after quite a bit of conversation in this scoring exercise, they determined that the draw would be the best next steps to try to best solve these problems that they identified. So moving into the recommendations here, at the end of the process, the advisory group had a total of 28 recommendations for consideration. As you know, commissioners, we had the open workshop yesterday where we really got the details of those 28 recommendations. So I'm just going to quickly summarize those here. And before touching on the recommendations that did come forth, I just wanted to note that there was not a recommendation brought forth to change the percentage of non-resident participation. While that was one of the topics that they had on the table to review and discuss, no formal recommendation came forward to change that percentage for non-resident participation. But what did come forward was a recommendation to move to a draw framework for non-resident general season deer and elk tags. And underneath that recommendation were a handful of others, basically how that draw system would work, from everything to group applications, when those applications would be made available throughout the year, and then any fee requirements that might be required during that application process, and how specific user groups might apply, like disabled American veterans, lifetime license holders, and mentored youth. We also talked pretty extensively about outfitter allocation, and the recommendations that came forward were to continue to keep the outfitter allocation outside of the non-resident sale, and allow those to be sold under their current status quo process. Investigating opt-in marketing options to allow outfitters to directly market to hunters, and several recommendations to change the current outfitter allocation model. So, Mr. Chairman, based on our extensive conversations in our workshop yesterday, I'll look to you and the commission to provide us some direction on next steps to provide you with any additional information you might need to consider these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. comments, questions, Director?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and thank you, Tara. So appreciate the attention to the workshop yesterday, covered a lot of material, a very, very complicated material, and I greatly appreciate the non-resident tag issuance advisory group and all of the work that they put into this, as well as our staff, but the people that took their own time to do this. It was days, and they were grueling days. So I don't want that to go unnoticed and unappreciated. So where we're at now is we essentially are in a place where we need direction on whether or not we move forward with developing a plan and identifying the steps necessary to implement a draw system. That's kind of what's before you now. And so the overriding question, and then as you learned yesterday, there are a large number of recommendations, many of which are details to that. And as Tara said, things like how to deal with DAVs, mentored youth hunts, the timing of the draw, the application fee, the pre-authorization of credit cards, and a few others. I won't try to list them all. But I think those can be deferred for right now. I think they're important questions. I think as we learn more and kind of work through this process and necessary steps, we can come back to the commission and seek more direction on those individual recommendations. So that's kind of what I'm looking to you for now. And I would also speak to the other category of recommendations which related to outfitter allocation. Is we learned yesterday there were a large number of those, and I think keeping the outfitted tags separate in the draw, the allocated tags separate, that's the way we do it now. And as we go to a draw, they would be kept separate. So that's an easy recommendation to follow up on. The idea of providing an opportunity, and we'd have to flesh out the mechanics of how to do this, but the opportunity for people that draw a tag to opt into the opportunity to hear from outfitters, so that outfitters are able to directly market to people that receive tags, that drew tags in their units. I think that's something that we can certainly follow up on. The bigger questions related to allocation, recognizing that the group did not make a recommendation to move non-resident participation down to the 10% threshold. They didn't recommend that you don't do that either. They were silent to it. And I am aware that the commission has long been interested in this question. This has been a discussion before the commission ever since we implemented the new framework of how we manage non-residents. There's been this discussion about further reduction in non-resident participation. And as we discussed yesterday, that is complicated because it is so inextricably intertwined with allocation that we simply put cannot limit non-resident participation to 10% in every unit and zone if allocation exists the way that it does today. And so I would just put it back to, I would ask the commission that if there's a desire to further pursue the question about reducing non-resident participation, be aware that taking up a lot of these recommendations related to allocation, this may not be the right time, and that may best be deferred as you wrestle with that question, the participation question. I hope that made sense.
I think so, yes. Thank you, Director. So if I'm understanding the direction that the department's looking for is more of a broad consent to move forward on a draw system for non-resident tags, without getting burdened with the allocation and trying to reduce to 10%. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think the broad direction to move forward with the draw system, if you give us the green light to do that, we would bring back additional questions on some of the recommendations as we start to flesh that out. The allocation question, we can revisit it as well, but that's kind of contingent on a separate topic, which is not just how we sell non-resident tags, but how many we sell. And so I think, one, how long it takes us to be able to implement such a draw system is going to be dependent on how much we try to incorporate in it initially. The less of the details that we provide, if we sell tags exactly in the numbers that we're selling them now, with the same allocation structure, the same numbers, that's certainly easier. And I would contend that's probably the place to start, is just build the system. And then if there's a desire, once the system is up and running and it works and we get a sense of non-resident participation and demand, then we can have further discussions about, okay, would it be wise to consider reducing non-resident participation? And so my point is that if there's a desire on the commission's part to do that down the road, then making a number of, accepting a number of these recommendations related to allocation, it may not be the right time, because that would all have to change.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, Commission. Any other questions, concerns, discussion points?
Some comments, and I apologize earlier. Evidently I wasn't turning my microphone on, so the online folks couldn't hear me, and I apologize for that. It seems you have to turn this on. So, I think you laid it out very well, Jim, and we have before us, first of all, we had legislative pressure last year to move to a draw system. That doesn't necessarily drive what we do, but you can't ignore the political realities. And then we formulated this working group, and they came forward with the same conclusion. So I think that's well worth to be honored. And if many of you, the rest of you, are like me, I like things to be efficient and quickly as possible, quick and efficient, but get the job done correctly. So in reviewing these 28 recommendations, I could see right off the bat that we could potentially turn this into such a nightmare if we try to get our arms around all of this at one time, that this thing, one, would be horribly inefficient. Two, it would probably take forever. And three, I just don't think it's a wise use. I mean, it doesn't have the focus that I would like to see. And if we're going to go to a draw system, I agree, Jim, that we need to limit to those things that gets us to a draw system. Understanding that there's a big question about outfitters and outfitter allocation. Outfitter allocation and historical use. You know, I hear what my good friends in the outfitter industry are saying to us, and I appreciate it. And since I've been here from day one, I've always tried to support the outfitting industry. They do remain my friends. I think they're vital to what happens here in Idaho with hunting and economics. So we're very well aware of all the nuances of how it's going to affect these people. And I think we need to keep that in mind. With that said, however, I don't believe right now is the time to deal with some of those. We don't want to force them because of this to go backwards. I don't think that's what any of us want, but this is going to be outfitter allocation is going to be a thing that we're going to have to tackle. And I would agree, Director, that coupling that with how we sell non-resident tags, whether it's over the counter or draw, you shouldn't do those both at the same time. So, but again, I would like to say to the outfitters who are listening, you know, for the most part, this commission has supported that industry. And I don't have any reason to believe that that won't continue to happen. However, you got to give us a little bit of deference here to the best way we see to do our business. And so I would ask for your support from that industry to stand behind us, knowing we're thinking about you and we're looking out for you. So is that cover pretty much? I mean, anyway, thank you.
Well said, Commissioner Ebert. Commissioner Rhodes.
I will follow up with Commissioner Ebert's comments that there's a lot of stuff to digest. And we had some comparisons or examples yesterday, what the ripple effect would be. And so we have to think about that. And there's a lot of things going on here. And then we talked about the pie. The pie is still going to be intact. So there's those things that we need to think about and be concerned about. But I will follow up. Yeah, our support, the outfitters are definitely, a big part of the process. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodes. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Commissioner Shred.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I hope these are appropriate questions to ask. I just want to be clear that today we're just basically giving a head nod to move forward with the process of potentially implementing a draw, but it'll come back before us for considerations before it is officially approved. Is that what I'm understanding, or am I wrong on that?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I would view this as you're giving us the green light to move forward with developing that framework. And so with the intent to implement it, as opposed to going and fleshing out more and then coming back to decide whether or not we should go to a draw system. Recognizing that there are a lot of steps and we will need to come back and inform you as we learn about this, but again, the timeline and some of the details of it. I would take the direction today, if you give it to me, that proceed as if we're going to implement a draw system.
So if we go down this road and we find that it's going to be just too much of a pain and there's too much red tape, will we have a point to pump the brakes and say, yeah, we don't want to go that route?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sherritt, I don't think that we're going to find that we can't do this. I think we've gone into this with an understanding and appreciation, and Tara's been involved with the group throughout and providing input on what technically is feasible, what technically is infeasible. And so I do not envision a situation where we come back to you and say, this is too hard.
So I would say part of the reason we're here is because when the commission before us had the foresight to limit non-resident tags, there was some unknowns that came in, like the demand on our systems and whatnot. What unknowns? So I guess what I'm asking is there shouldn't be any surprises come up. We should be able to resolve all those issues to make it to where the system works. This scares the bejeebies out of me. I'm not going to lie. This is a huge step, and it should be concerning for everyone. And so I want to know if we'll have a point to pump the brakes on it, if it's not going to work out the way that we hoped, if we can pull it back off the table. So.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sherritt, yes, if as we investigate what this would require, if we find out that there is something that we don't envision, or for example, that our third-party contractor just is not able in the immediate term to implement, I mean, that we haven't had those conversations yet. We believe they can, but if we found that there is some insurmountable obstacle or something that's really going to confound it, yes, we will definitely be bringing this back to you on a regular basis to let you know how it's progressing and if and how it's progressing.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, just to note that our vendor does do this with other states. They have done pretty large draws for states that do their general season tags in that manner. So again, there's a guarantee that a surprise will come up or we'll have to deal with bugs. That's the reality that we're in. But just a little assurance that we wouldn't be navigating anything new here. We wouldn't be pioneering this idea.
If I might, I think what the staff are and the director are asking for is tentative direction of we agree on the concept of a draw, and we want you to further investigate and develop what attaining that includes. And then it would come back to you for final blessings, adjustments, choices, et cetera. But today, what the director is seeking is agreement on you want to go to this direction and develop details and come back for additional consideration. So picking the destination, seeing what's involved in getting there, coming back, and then having that be final adjustment, et cetera. And you can do that either through a head nod of here's the direction, or you can choose to, if that's the direction you want to go, the commission supports advancing the concept of a draw with the department to come back at a later meeting, whether that's March, with additional details presented to the commission for decision.
Thank you, Kathleen. So yeah, did you have something else?
Of course I do.
Of course you do. Go ahead, Commissioner Schreiber.
One thing that I've heard, and I think I share in the concern from residents, is they're all right with the non-residents to go to the draw, but they're concerned that this might be a slippery slope, that all of a sudden their tags now are going to be going to a draw and they're not going to be in control of their own hunting abilities. Is there assurances that this will stop with the non-residents and the residents will still have over-the-counter possibilities as long as the resources can handle the over-counter hunts?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's within the purview of the commission to decide when you look at the big picture, how you want to then continue with residents having opportunities for over-the-counter in addition to controlled hunts versus non-residents having their opportunities be a general hunt, what has been a general hunt drawing and a controlled hunt application process. That's within your purview and benefiting from the information from the department.
Yeah, so I guess I would speak to that saying that, you know, I think that the commission has heard loud and clear from the residents that we like that being an opportunity state, being able to get out in the field every year, more so than working toward more of a trophy state. So I don't know that the answer is concrete, but I would feel personally like the fact is that I would have a hard time making the jump from going to a draw system for non-residents to that for residents, as long as the resource continues to be able to be managed accordingly. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Can I say one more thing before you take the mic from me?
Sure.
My first year on the December 1st sale, I got a few emails about the system and how it didn't work. That hasn't happened the last couple of years. I think your hard work needs to be recognized, Terry, because the systems ran pretty flawlessly the last few years. And man, you've done a good job. You've taken an impossible task and made it where it's feasible. And people, like I said, I haven't gotten emails complaining about the system failing the last 2 years. And so huge thank you to that. Like, I know it was a lot of hard work and a lot of stress on your plate. So you and your group, whoever was helping you, did an awesome job with that. So I wanted to make sure that was recognized because the system is worked the last couple of years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very much appreciated.
Yeah, well said, Commissioner Sorab. So basically, gentlemen, I think what we should do is we should have a vote on giving the department direction for broad consent to move forward with the draw system, and then again we'll come back in March with the recommendations and how that's going to look. Again, leaving the allocation and the potential for reducing the 10% out of the equation, at least at this point. So with that, does anyone care to make a?
Mr. Chairman, I think based on Commissioner Charette's comments, I think part of that implied, which you may want to state, is that this would be a draw system for non-resident tags that have been sold on December 1st. So that clarifies direction related to non-residents versus residents.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Can we make it that it has to come back before the commission for final implementation? Or is that understood it would happen that way anyways?
Mr. Chairman, in characterizing your motion, that was broad direction and the concept of a draw. So the specifics do have to come back for the commission.
Can I say so moved?
Mr. Chairman,
No, on that one, no,
Dang
I
it.
would not recommend it
Mr. Chairman,
because we said a lot of stuff. So I think
Commissioner
Mr.
Ebert.
Ebert might be ready to roll.
I'll take a shot at it, and maybe Kathleen will help me clean it up if I get it wrong. But I would make the motion that per the non-resident tag issuance working group, we direct the department to pursue a draw system for non-resident tags previously sold on December 1st. Furthermore, I would like to state in that motion that all the other recommendations remain on the table, but as secondary considerations for that endeavor. And I would like to have further that the director provide us with an update at every commission meeting until this thing is implemented. Does that work?
I'm not going to repeat your motion, but I think the commission has a general idea of what we're doing here. So with that, you have a motion before you. Is there a second?
I'd like to second that.
Brody, seconds.
Can I make
Further
one?
discussion?
Can I make one more comment? Like I said, this scares the bejeebies out of me, but we're fooling ourselves when we don't look at ways of getting better. And I think this is an awesome way to look at, see if we're getting better and there's a better way to implement it. So I will be voting yes, just with the intent of hopefully looking at a way to get better with the department. So.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Those opposed? Before the chair votes on this, I would just say I'm going to reluctantly vote yes for this motion. That being said, I like the system that we had. I like that we were the last Western state that had the ability for, if someone was willing to put forth the effort and time to pick up a tag, that they'd be able to do so. So I have some hesitations, but I think this working group has spoken. I think the rest of the commission has spoken as well. So I'll vote aye as well, and the motion carries. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
Director, did you have any comments to make after this?
I do not. We'll proceed as directed.
Okey doke. Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is an update on rulemaking, calendar year 2024 rule status and zero-based regulation chapters. Welcome, Amber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Just a quick update on pending rules. The department's pending rules were adopted by the commission in November for this session. They have been reviewed and passed by the House Resources and Conservation Committee. They will be in front of Senate Resources and Environment this afternoon. These rules include Chapter 2, Section 221, which is rules governing mandatory education, mandatory hunting, and shooting ranges. Chapter 7, rules governing taking of wildlife. Section 250 and 900. Chapter 11, Section 11 and 200. As those are fish chapters. As mentioned yesterday, the rules will need to pass in both bodies through concurrent resolution before becoming final and effective. As a reminder, we also have chapters 4, rules governing licensing, Chapter 8, rules governing the taking of big game animals, Chapter 16, trapping of wildlife and taking of fur-bearing animals, and Chapter 17, rules governing use of bait for hunting big game animals that are outstanding and still open, which we anticipate to be able to wrap up this calendar year. And in front of you today are the next scheduled rules chapters for zero-based regulation, or ZBR. As you may recall, the ZBR process is a directive by the governor to continue on the efforts around the repeal or simplification of rules in order to reduce or remove a regulatory burden. This is the last year of the ZBR process. For calendar year 2025, the department would like to get your approval to move forward on full review of Chapter 3, which is public use of lands owned or controlled by the department, fish and game, and Chapter 19, rules for selecting, operating, discontinuing, and suspending vendors. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions and look for head nod to move forward with rulemaking for 2020.
Gentlemen, are there any questions? How about a head nod? Everybody good with moving forward? Thank you, Amber. Okay. Continue on. You have your head nod.
Thank you.
Are you waiting for anything else?
I'm up next.
Oh, How about we go ahead and continue then? Next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm here in Ellery's place to provide a legislative update and to ask for your position consideration for 4 bills that have been printed. There is fortunately not a lot to provide for an overall update. At this point, the 4 bills all speak to our sitting and Senate resources awaiting a hearing. One thing to track is our budget hearing, which is scheduled for February 13th. From all appearances, it looks to be very similar in process as last year, with a question and answer time for the director if they so choose, and then a vote before proceeding to each of the houses for a full vote. As for bills in circulation, you do have the analyses in front of you, so I will cover them quickly, asking for a position after the summary of each one. Senate Bill 1003, Fish and Game Permits Fines. This is Senator Foreman's second attempt at passing the bill, which would allow the department the ability to prevent someone from purchasing a license or tag if they've not paid outstanding fines, judgments of reimbursement or restitution, or have an approved payment plan in place as required from a violation of Title 36 Fish and Game statute. This would encourage violators to pay their fines and restitution in a timely manner, increasing the department's effectiveness in collecting current and future payments. The good senator has worked with the department to determine appropriate language that would provide a net benefit to the department, especially Enforcement Bureau. The staff recommendation is the commission support the bill and staff testify in support.
Commissioners, you have does anyone have a motion on whether to support Senate Bill 1003?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to support Senate Bill 1003.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Bobbitt. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Have our support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next bill, Senate Bill 1011, Winter Feeding Advisory Committees. This bill makes changes to the existing Winter Feeding Advisory Council Committee Code by establishing the requirement that at least one member of each committee be an agricultural producer, and that all members reside in the Idaho Department of Fish and Game's district where the committee is formed. The staff recommendation for Senate Bill 1011 is the commission does not take a position. However, staff is available to answer questions.
Gentlemen, does anyone have a motion to monitor? Would that be a correct statement on this one?
I do
Yes.
believe
Mr. Chairman.
so.
Be available to answer questions. Monitor and yes.
Kathleen, help me.
No, Mr. Chairman, so the commission can either choose to make a motion to monitor, or you can choose not to make a motion, and staff, as a matter of course, provide technical information to legislators at their request. So it's your choice to make that a formal position, or to let the department, in the absence of a formal motion, continue its practice of providing technical information.
I like the sounds of that, Kathleen. Let's just go ahead and give the department that ability.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next one, Senate Bill 1012, Depredating Wildlife Appeals Board. This bill would create the Idaho Depredating Wildlife Appeals Board, consisting of 3 members, including the Director of Fish and Game or designee, excuse me, Director of Department of Agriculture or designee, and a veterinarian appointed by the governor. If upon investigation of livestock injury or death, a determination is made by the United States Department of Agriculture Wildlife Services that the cause was not by wolf or grizzly bear, the claimant would then be given the right of appeal through the newly created board. The board would consider all evidence related to the depredation event upon appeal and determine if the federal determination stands or should be amended. If the determination is amended, the producer could be eligible for compensation. The staff recommends very much the similar as the last recommendation, which is to just be available for tech.
Thank you. Is the commission good with that? Yeah. Okay, let's just be available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And last one is Senate Bill 1013. This is hunter education curriculum requirements and exemption for guided trapping excursions. This bill does two things. One, it codifies hunter and trapper education curriculum requirements that currently exist in rule. It also adds the requirement that students must receive instruction on trespassing and personal and real property tampering laws. Senate Bill 1013 also exempts individuals from trapper license and education requirements as long as they possess a valid big game license and are under the direct supervision of a certified guide with a valid Idaho trapping license who is certified in trapper education for the species to be trapped. Staff recommendation for Senate Bill 1013 is the commission support the bill and staff testify in support.
Gentlemen, do you have a motion to support Senate Bill 1013?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion to support Senate Bill
1013.
1013.
Have a motion?
I'd like to second that motion.
Seconded by Commissioner Harshberger. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Amber. Are you done now?
I'm done, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next on the agenda is December 10th non-resident tag sale overview. Tara, welcome back.
Back again so soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. No, it feels a little funny to give you this update just after we had the last presentation, but here we are. So one of the reasons I wanted to provide this update today was back in the July meeting last year, we did get your approval to change the December sale date from the 1st to the 10th. And that was to avoid that being a Sunday and the Sunday following Thanksgiving. We also recognize that change could be a benefit by separating the auto renew process from that big massive sale, as well as allowing residents to purchase their next year licenses without having to navigate the details of working around the non-resident sale happening on the 1st. So thankfully, I think that went quite well. Along with the system doing all the great things we wanted it to do, I think separating the 1st from the sale really worked to our favor. And I think both non-residents and residents found that to be a benefit. So I did just want to share a couple stats since they look a little different because we changed that sale date. What you have here is a table showing all of our sales since 2020 when we implemented newly limited units and zones. What you see between 2020 and 2023 is a pretty steady upwards trend in everything, both from revenue or all from revenue, the number of things we're selling, the transactions we had, and the number of devices we estimated to have online. And then we have this year that kind of breaks up that upwards trend. However, that's a little bit misleading. And I think that's just an organic happening of us separating it from the 1st. So what is not reflected in these numbers and counts are everything that happened between December 1st and December 9th. And that really makes up the difference that we see from the previous years. About $1.7 million in non-resident hunting licenses were sold in those 9 days as they prepared for the sale, which would include both the revenue and the number of transactions we had there. But even more importantly, the number of devices we had online, I'd like to highlight in this slide here, because we saw that jump pretty heavily this year into the vendor side of sales rather than online sales. So we've seen this happening over the last couple of years that more folks are going in person rather than online, just due to the frustrations that they're having with the online system, as well as how long that typically takes. And this year definitely saw a pretty dramatic uptick in that. Online and vendor sales are about neck and neck at 45 and 44% of overall sales, with vendors actually 1% higher than online sales, which is pretty notable. So just wanted to highlight that there, since that does look different than years past, but to just want to note that things went pretty well. I'm glad your inboxes were not full of complaints. So that's all I've got for you today. happy to stand for any questions or comments.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Tara?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment to echo what Jordan said earlier. You've done fantastic work for us.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Harrisburg.
I just wanted to say it before Jordan did something else. No. I had one comment. I'm not sure if it's directed towards you or not, but did have some positive feedback on the app for our hunting reports coming back, how much better that's been and how easy that was. And I think good news. So.
Excellent feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Charette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara, is it safe to say that the $13 million would be kind of what the non-resident sale would generate every year? So anything above that would have been residents on the December 1st sale before that?
Not quite. There was about $1.7 million in other non-resident sales that happened prior to the sale that we traditionally would have included in that number. It was mostly hunting licenses as folks prepped for the sale, but it could have been a hound hunter permit or a salmon tag that they were purchasing beforehand. So I wouldn't say that's quite the number. It would be a little higher that we would round out into the December 1st number that we usually have, but that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anything further? Thank you, Tara. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is chronic wasting disease update. Stacy Walker. Welcome, Stacy.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, Jim Fredericks. For those of you that have not been formally introduced, my name is Stacy DeWalter, and I'm the Wildlife Health Program Coordinator. How's it, Eagle? And I will be presenting to you today an update on the CWD sampling for this current sampling year, as well as an update on the CWD strategy review. The 2024-2025 sampling season consisted of 2 CWD management zones where there are carcass restrictions in place, as well as a banning of public feeding. Those management zones are the combined units of 14 and 18, as well as a unit in GMU1 that is just a portion of GMU1 described as the part of Boundary County east of the Selkirk Crest. Also this year, we had six management units or part of a unit that were designated as mandatory sampling for deer. Those are, again, the combined units of GMU 14 and 18, GMUs 23, 24, and 32A, and that area of Unit 1 designated as a mandatory or a CWD management area. This year marked a new record in CWD sampling in Idaho with over 5,800 samples collected so far, no doubt due to the mandatory sampling rules in effect. Since the first CWD detection in 2021, we have seen an increase in the number of samples collected. The average number of samples collected between 2021 and 2024 are 350% increase over the average samples between 2003 and 2020. And before I present a breakdown of this year's samples, I would like to thank everyone that was involved in this year's sampling effort. And while this slide looks like something that Rick Ward typically presents, I think the take-home message here is that the average time between collection date and results was 23 days. That's roughly 3 weeks. The amount of time we communicate to our hunters is 4 to 6 weeks. So we did a really great job of offering a good customer service to our hunters this year, with everyone in the state that participated prioritizing sample collection, handling, shipment, and data tracking. Statewide, 5,825 samples were collected this year. We've had 22 detections, and those are all within CWD management or positive areas. There are 6 detections in Unit 1, and they were all within the CWD management zone. The numbers in parentheses represent samples from within the Unit 1 management zone compared to the whole of Unit 1. There are 14 detections within Unit 14, and there have been 2 detections within GMU 18. Currently, there are no further detections in Unit 23, and there are no new detections in 24 or 32A, which are under mandatory sampling designation for deer. This map indicates where CWD was detected between 2021 and 2023. With the addition of the 22 new detections designated with the red dot, the multi-year total is 97 detections in wild deer and elk, along with the addition of 2 detections in domestic elk, which I will touch on later. These are identified by the red stars in GMU 32A. Sorry, 63A. Of the 22 detections, 4 are from suspect deer, 2 are from roadkill deer, and 16 are from hunter-harvested animals. That includes 1 harvested elk. All detections in Unit 1 were in whitetail deer, and they were all within the CWD management zone. After the initial detection of a symptomatic deer in July of 2024, identified by the red dot, there were 2 detections in deer harvested during the August surveillance hunt prior to the normal hunt season. These 2 deer are identified by the green circles, very, very close to the first detection. The prevalence estimated after their surveillance hunt was 1.2%. The other 3 detections are denoted by blue dots, and they were collected during the regular hunt season. And they're a little more spread out, the farthest being 13 miles north from the first detection. The current estimated prevalence is 0.33%, calculated using only hunter-harvested whitetail deer within the CWD management zone during the regular hunt season. The next results are from GMU 14. In this unit, there are 14 detections in the current sampling year. 7 are in the Slate Creek area, and 7 are within the Whitebird area. Along the Whitebird grade up into the Service Flats area of Unit 14. 12 are whitetail deer, and 1 is a harvested mule deer, and we have 1 harvested elk. The estimated prevalence in whitetail deer is 2.7%, with 0.5% in harvested mule deer and 0.6% in elk. In GMU 18, there have been 2 detections this year. 1 in a roadkill mule deer across from the Slate Creek drainage, identified by the green dot on the upper portion of Unit 18, and 1 detection in a whitetail deer on the border of Unit 13 and 18, identified by the blue dot. The hunter reported watching this deer cross the road from Unit 13 and reported a harvest location just 3.5 miles from the Snake River bordering Oregon. Estimated prevalence for whitetail deer in Unit 18 is used with using both the harvest numbers for whitetail deer and mule deer, and it is 0.6%. And this was done to provide a smaller confidence interval. Now I will talk on next are the detections in domestic elk in 63A. And these elk, it's important to note, are under the jurisdiction of the Idaho State Department of Agriculture. In the first case, a domestic elk was detected. A detection was reported on December 19th in a Madison County facility, denoted by the rightmost star in Unit 63A. This animal was born on a Canadian facility in Alberta and imported into Idaho in 2023. The Canadian facility reported a CWD detection shortly after the importation of the animals into Idaho, and they have been under quarantine since 2023. The farm is currently under a test requirement on all mortalities, typically called a 100% test requirement, and is under full quarantine. In the second detection, the case was in Jefferson County, just west of the Madison County facility. This was reported on January 3rd and was from an animal that died in June 2024. This animal was born on the farm and was tested in compliance with the 100% test requirement that was in place on the farm since 2023. And this was due to animals that were imported from Canada that were within a 25-mile detection in Canada. The farm is currently under quarantine and continues 100% mortality testing. Hopefully, I was able to report the sampling update in a meaningful way, and I will continue on with the other part of the presentation, which is the CWD strategy review and update. However, I can answer any questions regarding sampling at this time, if there are any.
Questions? I guess I do have one question, and maybe you'll be touching on it going forward. So in unit 14, the prevalence rate is at 2.7%, which is still quite low. I think that sounds like a good number. How is that trending upward from the past years, or is it stable? What can you answer?
I can't answer. And there is a slide at the very end of this presentation that kind of shows the trend. But it is technically, it's higher than last year, but the overall trend, it's roughly within the same prevalence. Looking at the confidence intervals. And it's important to note that that is a prevalence that is for the whole unit, and we're not talking about that tighter area around Slate Creek where we do management or control actions.
Thank you. And I guess there was a question last night regarding the department working with the Department of Ag regarding this domestic operations. Is that something that's ongoing? Is that increased since we've had these detections?
Yes.
What's the strategy?
Yes,
moving
Mr.
forward
Chairman.
on that?
So we do have staff that are in communication with ISDA staff, and we are gathering information, and they are sharing it as they can. And Matt Piron is here as well, regional supervisor, and there is going to be a plan to move forward, not only with just ISDA, but probably with landowners, and seeing where we can possibly sample more animals around those farms when we can.
Thank you. Any
Mr.
other
Chairman,
questions?
I have one question. On the domestic herds, you said that they're in full quarantine. What does full quarantine mean?
Thanks, Commissioner Charette. What that means is at different times, some of the animals may have come in. So when there was the importation of animals from Canada after the detection, only the animals that were part of that import were under quarantine. As there's now been a detection on those facilities, the whole farm is under quarantine.
So I assume that means they can't leave the farm at this time.
I think Tricia can speak to this as well, but I think there are some circumstances where they can be moved.
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, there was a statute change last year under the ISDA code that is allowing for any facility that is under quarantine but has a hunt facility, that they can move animals from the quarantine facility to their hunt facility, which is a terminal hunt, so that all of them can be hunted out, so those facilities do not lose money, and that they can hunt those animals out.
Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner,
kind of a comment, a concern. Unit 14 is a particular concern to me that it has moved on into Whitebird Creek. Even though the prevalence is somewhat static, but obviously that's a big concern because from there, a lot of country.
Yes, we're working with the regional managers, regional supervisors in 14 or the Clearwater region to come up with a plan, working with landowners to try to stay on top of sampling as best we can in that area to determine. This is what CWD does. It's why we were concerned. And so while it's not ideal and we don't like it, it's not too surprising, unfortunately. Commissioner.
If I may make one more comment too, it's the CWD thing. It's a little bit frustrating to me because you take control action and then you try to gauge the success of that. And there's really no way to do that because you're comparing to a scenario that be what would have happened if we hadn't have done this. So even though it still is creeping along and moving about a bit, it still doesn't mean, I mean, I think I'm going to speculate that if we had not taken on those efforts, right now it would be much, much worse.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just add to that, appreciate the comments, Commissioner Ebert and Stacy. So I think to Stacy's point, we've been clear about the objectives of the management strategy from the get-go. It's in terms of managing for younger age population and lower densities. The intent is to minimize prevalence in the area and slow the spread, right? And I wish we could say that the evidence suggests that we could stop the spread. It doesn't. So disappointing, not entirely surprising. And then Stacy, are you going to touch on the research project that's in the works, or can Shane speak to that at the end? Just in terms of big question that anybody that's managing this disease and the animals with it is asking is how much is enough, right? So what density do you have to get to slow the spread? And so I won't say any more about that. Shane can speak to it better, but that's something else that's going on. Okay.
Chairman Davies, Director of Projects, Commissioners. I think that discussion will fit in kind of at the end of the strategy review. We good? In January of 2018, the CWD strategy team presented the commission with a strategy for CWD prevention, detection, and management for Idaho's wild cervids. The strategy included objectives and actions supported by best management practices provided by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, as well as the USGS National Wildlife Center. The goal of this strategy was to incorporate the latest knowledge in research and management to provide the Commission, the Director's Office, Wildlife Bureau, and wildlife managers a toolbox to prevent and minimize the spread of CWD and to minimize the prevalence or amount of CWD in an area or population. The strategy was organized into 4 sections: prevention, surveillance, management, and communication. In the 2018 strategy, there was 5 proposed rules for commission action, all of which were approved. These rules were the banning of natural cervid urine lures, the incorporation of disease risk into our winter feeding risk strategy, restrict public feeding in designated CWD management zones, and to ban the importation and restrict possession of wild cervids. The 5th proposed rule was the carcass transportation rule, banning the importation into Idaho any whole cervid carcass originating from a CWD positive state, territory, or country. In addition, this rule would also be used to limit the carcass movement out of any designated CWD management zone within Idaho. A weighted rotational surveillance scheme was introduced in the 2018 strategy with the goal of being able to reliably detect CWD at 1% prevalence. We continued to sample the same number of samples as in previous years, the only difference being where the samples were concentrated. Adaptive management options and recommendations were outlined for use in the case of its detection, and the communication plan was enhanced to include messaging for both pre- and post-CWD detection, press releases, online information, and publications for public outreach. In 2021, prior to the first detection in Idaho, a limited revision was completed, updating the status of proposed rules, changes to the surveillance and rotational strategy, and updated our hunter outreach options. Little did we know what was in store for us. In November of 2021, the first CWD detections in Idaho were reported in Unit 14. According to the strategy, wildlife staff initiated a plan to determine the prevalence and geographic spread of CWD with a special hunt and implemented mandatory sampling for the next season. The 2022 sampling results indicated Slate Creek was a hotspot with a prevalence of 7.7%. To be clear, I do not advocate the shooting of road signs. This animation was provided to illustrate the frustration with the seemingly impossible task of implementing CWD management in the Slate Creek drainage. Since the initial detection in Unit 14, we have learned a lot, but we know there is more to learn. While there are similarities in how we have managed detections in other units, there are differences as well, such as the timing of the detection, the time frame to determine prevalence, how prevalence hunts were managed, communication to hunters, and the need for management actions, with each region taking the lead in implementing the response to CWD. So with a few more detections and management actions, different responses with new shared research from across the country, it became obvious the strategy needed another update. A new team was organized in the spring of 2024 that includes staff representation from each region, wildlife research, communications, and enforcement, with the responsibility of clarifying language and goals. The focus of the strategy will be the same as previous versions, to provide a toolkit to implement actions to achieve the goals of minimizing the spread of CWD, minimize the prevalence, and to manage for healthy populations into the future. These goals, while simply stated, are not easily achieved. The updated strategy will also incorporate lessons learned, new research, and will identify resource needs and recommended agency actions. The new strategy will also identify areas where managers and research work together to address information gaps on how to better manage populations with CWD and how we as an agency can ensure prevention and management efforts can be sustained into the future. About this,
Sure, Mr. Chairman, just really quick, an obvious question that might come to mind as you hear that about the management of CWD and the idea that fewer and younger age structure, fewer animals in younger age structure is the research to date suggests is the way to go to minimize prevalence and spread. But the question often arises, well, how much fewer and how younger? Stacy and Tricia and some of our research staff have been engaged for quite a while with some of the leading CWD experts in the nation, one of which is housed at University of Montana right now. And he and his team have developed a dashboard, a modeling dashboard that allows you to put different inputs in and project what the future deer population looks like under different scenarios and the prevalence of CWD. So we're engaging with them to try to get at some of those questions for our specific areas of Idaho. What is a target density? What is a target age structure for those areas? And hopefully we'll have that information soon.
any further questions for Shane? The strategy team was given the task to incorporate human dimensions into the strategy. As most of us did not know what that was, we first had to learn not only what human dimensions is, but how it applies to CWD topics and Idaho hunters. And if Ellery were here, she would probably correct me on the nuances of what human dimensions is and isn't. But human dimension applies social science to better understand human behavior in relation to natural resources, and for our team, specific to CWD-related issues. The timeline to complete the CWD update or draft is to provide a draft to the Wildlife Chief and Director's Office in March of 2025, with a final version to be presented to the Commission in May of 2025. Thank you, and I will stand or welcome any questions.
Gentlemen, any questions? Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the great presentation on this. And I guess it's been a couple decades that the department has had a detection strategy in place, aiming at 1% or maybe even less than that. And you've done a great job with that. You've learned from other states, a couple of years ago, tour de force. What would you do differently now, Minnesota, if you were here? And we've learned from that. And I just want to congratulate you, the team, everybody on continually applying science and innovation, because some of this stuff is you learn by, as you go. You make some changes, you take some chances. So thank you. Animal-specific quarantines get put on private facilities when needed, justified. And full facility quarantine, as you just explained to us, when justified. As far as private land ops, just very briefly, what are the basic facility infrastructure and operation requirements to prevent spread, within the facility, but certainly from the facility outside? If there's some couple of 3, 4 that you could remind me of that are in place.
Commissioner Murphy, Chairman, I would refer to Tricia and maybe even defer to Idaho State Department of Ag on their rules.
Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, I would say, to the best of my recollection right now, the Idaho State Department of Ag has a full IDAPA chapter on domestic cervid rules, and I can provide that to you all. They do have a fencing requirement of 8 feet, that the fences have to be checked. They can be inspected. They do have some staff that will inspect upon request. They do have an annual requirement to provide the Department of Agriculture with a list of animals and the movement of those animals by the end of every calendar year. I would ask you if you had any additional questions in terms of their movement. They're under testing requirements. If animals are moved in from anywhere near 25 miles of a positive wild elk, they are under 100% test requirements. Other than that, the rest of the facilities are under a 10% test requirement on any mortalities.
Just the general description, and you got to that. As far as the infrastructure, like the 8-foot fence and any of that, have there been any changes in the last few years?
Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, the changes that went into place in statute last year, and the corresponding rule changes that are up in front of the legislature this year are the first changes to any facility requirements in probably 20 years. They haven't had any changes to those. They did have testing requirement changes. I believe it was back in the around 2015. I'm not completely sure on that date, but around that range was when they changed some testing requirements.
Okay, changed testing, but not infrastructure
Not
requirements or anything. Okay, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, Trish, when we attended the CWD conference in Denver, what I remember is that even fenced facilities, that the cervids can transmit CWD by nose-to-nose contact. So in some states, they were requiring double fencing in those facilities. Is that a requirement in Idaho?
Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, it is no longer a requirement in Idaho. Last year, the legislature had a statute change. We had double fencing requirements for the last 20 years. And because we had facilities that were under quarantine and the size of their hunt facilities, there was a request to remove that requirement. And the legislature granted that.
Commissioner Harshbarger.
Chairman, Trish. So what role do we play in this versus the USDA? Who's watching these facilities? I mean, in this situation in particular.
Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, this is Department of Agriculture's responsibility. We are partners for the wild elk and wildlife, and we are acting as partners. And so they're responsible for these facilities. USDA APHIS also has a responsibility in terms of assisting Department of Agriculture with their positives and through this process of having detections on their facilities. So that's really is a USDA and ISDA role that we support.
Mr. Chairman, and just as a reminder, in last year's session, during hearing for that legislation that relaxed the requirements on the fences. On your direction, Tricia provided testimony for the department and did a nice job of expressing the concerns and what we perceived as the risks. So we are engaged. It's just not our jurisdiction.
Other questions? I do have one other question regarding the testing. So the mandatory testing still in place. Are we still planning on doing voluntary testing into the future so people can send in samples from anywhere in the state if they have any concerns or questions about it?
Yes, Chairman. We still continue to take samples across the state from anybody that wants to provide a sample for their deer, elk, or moose.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, anything else, gentlemen? I guess this adaptive management strategy seems to be working as well as could be expected. And I thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I had to get that adaptive management statement in because Ryan Hilton bet me that I couldn't bring that up at some point during this meeting, so. Okay, thank you. Next up, deer and elk status statement or update from Toby Bedrow.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. In an effort, I will try to kind of overload you with a little joy now that you were brought down by the disease talk, which the truth hurts, and we're doing our best on that. So anyways, without further ado, this is a deer and elk status overview. I give one every year. It moves between January and March. So in this January one, I do not have all of the current harvest data, and it's not in your handout. And I will tell you that as soon as we get that harvest data, I will be putting it into the handout and sending that out under a separate cover to all of you so you can have that information prior to the March meeting. As a refresher for the commission, I would just like to show you this map of this is the whitetail data analysis units. And those are broken up by basically habitat type around the state. So obviously you can see some disjunct pieces like unit 38 is the same as rangeland riparian as most of the salmon region and a bunch of the upper snake. So it's by habitat area, not necessarily where deer move or anything else. So just wanted to point that out. And those were rejiggered for the, I think that was 2020 update of the whitetail plan. As I said, and you all have a handout in front of you that has all this data, all the slides on it for your review. Obviously, table 1 with 100% participation for whitetail for whitetail hunting has not been updated because of we don't have current harvest data. They are working on that, and it should be done in the next few weeks, actually. So, moving on to mule deer, same convention with data analysis units, but obviously for mule deer, they are different than whitetail deer. And those units are different around the state. Not updated for 2024, but you can see that this is the harvest data from 1935 to 2023. And there have been peaks and there have been valleys. And obviously, we can almost set our clocks by, those hard winters that we've had in southern Idaho, reducing deer populations and reducing hunter harvest commensurately. So the good news is that we've been able to do quite a bit of aerial surveys this year. Did aerial composition surveys in 10 of 16 of the DAUs in December. And I'm happy to report that 10 of the 10 DAUs surveyed exceeded the 15 bucks per 100 doe minimum post-harvest season buck-doe ratios. And that fawn fawn-doe ratios, which is basically the number of fawns per 100 does, are in good shape and between 48 and 82 fawns per 100 does, which is a market improvement over the 2022 winter, 2022-2023 winter. Because I haven't been in front of you since we got the final data in May of 2024 for the survival of fawns and does, the 2023 capture data. I just wanted to review that quickly, that we captured in radio collar 217 mule deer fawns and 13 game management units and 4 DAUs, and statewide fawn survival was 77%, which is above the long-term average. And the range was 56 to 90%. So mild winters produced higher survival rates, and good news for mule deer hunters in the future. Along with that, we captured and monitored 155 adult doe mule deer in 30 units and had a astounding 95% success survival rate, and that range by DAU is between 75 and 100. Moving on to the 2024 capture, so things that happened just a little bit more than a month ago. We actually captured 337 fawns and 12 game management units. Average weight of fawns was 74 pounds for females and 78 pounds for males, and that's a great indication that habitat was good. We know from literature across the Northern Hemisphere that fawns that are born heavier have more offspring, they grow bigger antlers, and they produce, and they have longer lives and higher survival rates. So all that is a good indication, and obviously last year's mild weather really lent itself to that. So in addition, we also captured 139 adult does and 16 bucks in 5 game management units. And all those animals will be monitored for the next basically 6 months till the end of May, or 5 months, I guess. To graphically look at fawn survival over time, you can see those winners, 2005, 6, 2010, 2016. Tough winters mean lower survival, 2022, 23, obviously, and we're back on track in 23, 24. And so things are looking up. Looking at this graphically over time, so we track fawn survival from January 1st to the end of May. And if you look at this graphic, the gray line, which is in the top 3 that we have recorded since 2010 on survival, is the 23-24 survival season. And if you compare that to the maroon line of 22-23, we are back on track and doing very, very well. Also looking at statewide annual doe survival, there again, when we have hard winters, we can actually impact doe populations. And 22-23 was definitely one of those years that was hard enough to impact does. And we roughly estimate that we lost half of the deer in the caribou PMU based on the 22-23 winter. So doe survival is up, and that is also a good thing. Looking at our winter composition, our December composition data by DAU, things are looking great. Obviously, survival is up. I mean, our average doe survival, was not, as I said, was 95%, and average fawn survival was 77%. So things are doing very well. And that last column, the percent forward points in the harvest, that hasn't been updated, of course, because of the lack of harvest data. So what else do we have to do with deer for this year? And that is undertaking a giant deer survey. we're going to be measuring abundance or estimating abundance throughout the Smoky, Bennett's, the Boise River, and the Pioneer Zone, which are now one big DAU, better known as SMOBOPI. And that survey actually started yesterday. And we will have 3 ships working on it, 1 in the east and 2 in the west, probably for 3 weeks, if not 4 weeks, depending on how weather goes and survey conditions. So we're very excited about getting that number to anchor the IPM. And also, we put off that survey last year because the weather was so good. Deer never actually got onto terminal winter range, and we couldn't actually conduct the survey efficiently. So we paused it. Any questions on deer before I move on to elk? Okay. So this is our new elk zone map, and Deputy Director Worthington pointed out that I did miss one of those changes, and that is the Oahe zone actually lost Unit 38 and the Boise River gained Unit 38. And then the Big Desert was changed to make a contiguous block, including Unit 53, and keeping, because the Snake River zone used to be broken up in Unit 53 and then 63 and 63A. So those are the 2 changes that happened on the zone map. And that is all part of the new elk zone, the new elk plan, which I'll give you an update on the plan here shortly. There again, statewide elk harvest was down last year. By all indications, I think we're going to be back up in the range that we were the previous 6 years. So this year, but we're still waiting on that data. As far as elk captures, in 2023, we captured and radio collared 151 calves in 11 game management units and saw an 87% calf survival, which is really, really good. And then we did 200 cows in 38 game management units and had 96% survival, which is some of the highest survival we've measured, although cows, once they get past the age of 1, are fairly hardy individuals for survival. And in 2024, we actually have already collared 147 calf elk and 82 adult cows for survival monitoring. I believe there's still, I think those are all the calves we're going to catch and cows and for survival. As far as aerial surveys go, so our plan for 2024 was to actually fly Hell's Canyon. We will not be able to do that because the conditions were not there. And so we're deferring that till 2026. Hopefully we get conditions next year. But we were able to fly the Weezer River Zone, and staff is still compiling the survey data, and we'll report that. I'll give you that in a handout update between now and the next commission meeting. But we also were able to fly the Palisades Zone, and just actually finishing that up like yesterday. And then Island Park will be finished up by Friday. So we're getting some flying in, and those are good things. And we will let you know where we are in proportion to their meeting objectives. But all indications look that we are in good shape in all 3 of those zones. Graphically, looking at the comparison from 2014 to 2023-24 on statewide elk calf survival, it's the highest we've measured, which is really good for elk, and obviously indicative of the fact that we had such a mild winter last year. There again, statewide cow survival, same thing. It's very, very high. And we saw a little dip in 22, 23, but it's definitely came back up. So this is the table of all the zones for elk. And I guess the things I want to point out to you is that those 4 zones are the ones we're flying, and those numbers will change when we get the data in. So just wanted to make you aware that we that's how we tabulate it, and we will be able to give you that information here in just a couple weeks. Looking at this graphically on where we're meeting objectives for bulls and cows. So these graphics on the screen, basically the blue are below objective, green are within, and yellow are above. Overall on bulls statewide, we're doing very well and over objective in many places. And then cows, we are meeting objective and are within objective and a little bit below in some areas. Obviously the Lolo, the Selway are places that have been chronic for a long time, but we'll know more about the Palisades and see where that's at here in the next couple weeks. So hopefully that will fall within objective here soon. And obviously we will know more about where Reserve River and is also. So one of the questions that we received was about season timing and hunting season timing. And so this is a little departure from my normal, this is the deer and elk update. So I just wanted to talk about season timing and how Idaho has set season timing over time. And what are the things that we consider to set season timing for different species. So I have mule deer and elk examples, but obviously we think about vulnerability. When are mule deer most vulnerable? Well, that would be during the rut, pre-rut, or they're less vulnerable. Obviously the archery season, they're probably the least vulnerable. So, also where are deer? Are they on summer range? Are they on winter range? Are they in transition? We look at harvestable surplus. What can we harvest? What can we conservatively harvest annually? Maintaining the population, if not, depending on objective, if not increasing it. And then accessibility to the land. How much private versus public proportion is in an area. And then opportunity, desire. It was the supply versus demand. How many people want to go hunt mule deer in a certain area? And what is the proper amount of opportunity versus what there is for mule deer on the landscape? And then of course, weapon type, which, for mule deer, archery has lower success and less interest. It's hard. Average mule deer archery success is under 10%. We have a 31-day season, and it's tough, especially because after about the middle of September, mule deer tend to go nocturnal, making their patterns a lot less predictable. And then, of course, to switch, we have rifle hunting, which is 93% of mule deer hunters choose a rifle, and there's higher interest, and obviously success is higher. So some examples from other Western states I thought would be appropriate to show you. And, first off, Montana has a 36-day season. It starts at the end of October 26th, and goes through December 1st. And most of their opportunity is general, with a very few number of controlled hunts. Wyoming, they're all over the board, but most of their seasons for general mule deer hunting are between 5 and 15 days long. And they start as early as September. I mean, they have seasons that start September 15th and end September 25th for general rifle deer hunting. And they have seasons that go up until early November. And then, of course, they have a whole section of special controlled hunts that are later with very limited access. And then Colorado, which is sort of a different beast unto itself because it's all 100% controlled hunting. And they've split their season up into 4 chunks, and they are 5 to 8 day seasons, starting in late October, going through late November, with limited numbers decreasing over time. So those late November hunts have the least number of people hunting. And then we go to our own example, Idaho. So Idaho has, over the last 20 years, been in predominantly in October 10th to 24th or 31st hunting season. And our goal has been to always give the most opportunity balanced with the harvestable surplus and vulnerability. And frankly, mule deer aren't as vulnerable in October as they are during the rut in November. And that's how, one of the reasons we can give people more opportunity to hunt, because they are less vulnerable. And even with that season timing, we still have a mix of general and controlled hunts. And we do have those very, very special opportunities that allow people to hunt in the month of November for, phenomenal deer on winter range. So I think we've created a really good model for having a diversity of hunting opportunity and allowing for maintaining populations over time, considering, some of the what other states have done. I'll pause here for a second if there's any questions about this before I go on to elk.
May I ask a question, Chairman? So we harvest, we take the harvestable surplus or make it available. And when you have populations that you're concerned about, then we eventually will take a look at that and say, okay, we're not going to kill any more does here. And we've done that around the state, correct? And then as long as you maintain an appropriate buck to doe ratio, that gets us by without one still being able to offer the opportunity without having a substantial impact on population. Is that how we view it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yeah. And also the fact is that we also look at success rate over time. So we're looking at those annual success rates. And if they drop precipitously, then we raise those into question and make those appropriate changes, because we want to maintain, a decent success rate. Obviously, as we ratchet up from general to sort of our quality hunts to our high quality hunts, that success ratio goes up. And also the percentage of 4 points in the harvest also goes up. So we look at those metrics also, but from a 30,000 foot view, these are the main sort of variables that we look at in setting season timing. Yeah. So moving on to elk, obviously elk, much different season structure and much different hunting opportunity throughout the West. Obviously, the rut is early. It's in September. It can dribble off obviously into October, but the second half of September is an amazing time to be out in the woods with elk. Obviously, we look at vulnerability. We think about, that's why most of our, archery hunts are during the rut, because if we had rifle hunts during the rut, the vulnerability would increase markedly. Obviously, where elk are is also important. Most archery hunting happens on summer range or early transition, and rifle hunting happens mostly on transition to winter range because it's later in the year. Harvestable surplus is another thing with elk, which is kind of interesting. In a lot of places, we're just, doing a good job of managing elk. And in other places, obviously, we've had increases in elk populations where they're over objective. And then we actually are able to harvest more than the surplus to maintain the same level, because we're trying to push the population down to a more, to within objective. Private-public accessibility on land is always important. And then supply and demand, obviously there's places that there are more elk than others. And there is more need for harvest in some places than others. And weapon types sort of changed, in 1999 when we created two families of hunts, the A and B tag. And obviously, some of the history behind that, and I wasn't here in 1999. I think John was the only person that was maybe here in 1999 or super close. But it was basically because pre-1999, we were harvesting too many bulls. Our bull harvest was going way too high, and we needed to come up with a way to separate and to partition the harvest. So we made A tags, which are primarily archery. Some of them obviously have some add-ons, and then the B tag was mostly the rifle and mostly for bulls. But that is not necessary. That model doesn't perfectly fit, but that's what we did in 1999, and we created a bunch of archery hunters in that process, which anybody in this room that's ever archery hunted elk, it's one of the most exciting things you can possibly do in the woods. And then rifle hunting, obviously you have higher success and a lot of interest in people that want to go out and harvest an elk. And I think that, there's also differences in elk hunters that have sort of promulgated from that 1999 plan, is that, we definitely have archers, we definitely have rifle bull hunters, and we have people who just want to fill their freezer, the cow hunters. And sometimes that cow opportunity is you get an A tag and you take a late muzzleloader or rifle opportunity, and sometimes it's a specific cow opportunity. In places, obviously, we run controlled hunts, but looking at other states around us, everybody does it differently. Montana has an archery season that starts September 7th and goes to October 20th. And then their rifle season actually, interestingly enough, actually runs concurrently with their deer season. So their rifle elk season in most places is concurrent, October 26th to December 1st. They offer quite a bit of opportunity there, obviously. And, we have a little bit more broken up opportunity. And in Wyoming, very similar to Idaho's archery season, September 1 to 30 in most places. And then rifle starts in early October to mid-November. And then antlerless for bulls, and then or any elk, and then antlerless it goes later than that. Looking at Colorado, obviously, they've just gone. I think they're still general over-the-counter for archery residents, but had gone to limited licenses for archery non-residents, and their season is September 2nd to the 30th, so pretty similar season to us. Then they break it up with a muzzleloader hunt in kind of that mid to late September, and then break it up into 4 rifle seasons, 5 to 8 days in length, starting October 12th and going to November 24th. And then, as I talked about, Idaho's AB tag system, we have general, capped, and controlled. Obviously, the A tag is mostly archery, and then depending on what the zone objectives are and where elk are in proportion to those objectives, we have opportunities that go later. Some involve any weapons, some involve muzzleloaders, some involve late archery. And then the B tag is primarily a mid-October to early November season. With some later opportunities, we also obviously offer some very interesting muzzleloader opportunities, but those are small hunts small controlled hunts compared to what we have in the AB tag system. And I guess I'll stand for any, I have a couple more slides, but if there's any questions,
Mr. Chairman Toby, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I'm the commissioner from the northern region, the Panhandle region. And I look at elk objectives, and again, I see no elk objectives for cows or bulls for any of the northern region. And I understand that the 5-year plan plans to have those objectives in there by the end of that plan. And I thought we had some objectives for Unit 6. Is that, they aren't in here?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, we are working on developing objectives for the Panhandle region. Part of the developing objectives is it's really nice to know how many elk are out there. And obviously, you live in country that is very difficult to aerial survey. So we have employed camera surveys, and we are expanding those camera surveys to new areas to try to get more information. But obviously, Unit 1 and Unit 6 is a place that we do have, some cameras, and we're still, obviously, I can't speak for research, but I do know that they are still working on analyzing the camera data that we've collected as early as 2020, because we're learning new information about it, learning new ways to analyze it to get better and more precise estimates on elk from those camera estimates. So the plan is over the next 5 years is to figure out a way that we can start to have objectives in places where we can't necessarily count elk. I mean, other places that we can't count elk are the big desert, because they're fairly dispersed over that landscape. And even though we can fly it, it's very inefficient to try to fly something hundreds of square miles and see one group of elk. So we've got some challenges with counting elk, and it's not perfect, obviously. How we manage in those areas that do not have objectives per se, population objectives, is we're managing off of the harvest, managing off of the success rate, and managing off the % 6 points in the harvest. And those metrics actually are pretty indicative of how a population's doing, and we adjust accordingly. And obviously, in the preliminary proposals that we got from the Panhandle, they have some changes that they'd like to propose to the public for elk in your region, relative to the fact that success rates have changed in some areas, especially with antlerless.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just know from talking to sportsmen in North Idaho, we would like to have some objectives. And I know that it's pretty accurate with, and I know there's been extensive work done in Unit 6 with the cameras. And I also know we have the success rates, that somehow we come up with some objectives and start plugging those in as we go, because I thought we had a couple of them pretty well dialed in now. And then to show some progress, I mean, we have all these units in North Idaho with no objective. And how do you manage an elk population without knowing where you want to go? And I just think that that's really important. And I, again, sound like a broken record. Every year we talk about this and I bring it up, but I would like to see some objectives in the northern region. And I think we have the technology now. I mean, that's good technology with the cameras to be able to count them. So.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, I hear that loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, I do appreciate that. And we have been working in that direction. We will commit, we do hear you. And we will commit to giving you a clear understanding of what is needed to develop the objectives and when we'll have them. Because I understand the frustration. You've asked for it and we keep telling you we're working toward it and we have made progress, but we owe you more.
Thank you.
Toby, I do have one question before you move on, or I get maybe, yeah, it is a question. So I appreciate this update on how the season setting took place. I had a constituent contact me regarding perhaps moving the archery season back a week just because of the extreme temperatures, et cetera, et cetera. He's out of the Salmon area. He sees Montana starting a week later. Could you speak a little bit toward the difficulty? I mean, to he and to I even, it seems like, well, yeah, that seems like a simple thing to do. Why don't we just move that, start that archery season a week later when it's not as hot? And but can you explain why that becomes so difficult?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's an excellent question from the public, and I actually brought that question up when we were updating the elk plan in 2014, and we had a large group discussion about moving the elk season and moving the archery season, and then that would move the rifle season, and then that would move, those later opportunities even later. And I think obviously it's possible to move those seasons. I do understand the temperature situation. I mean, I've archery elk hunted 20 years ago, and it was, not uncommon to see 85 degrees in September. And I don't think that I don't think the fact that hasn't really changed over time as much as some people might believe. I've also seen it 6 inches of snow on the 18th of September, and 3 days later it'd be 70. Yeah, it's a very warm time of the year to hunt. Like I said, we have looked at it before and decided that wasn't a direction that we wanted to go. One of the criticisms we get from the public a lot is the fact that we start August, sometimes in some places August 1st, and hunt them all the way through the end of February. Obviously, somebody would have to probably give up some time or go later when it's even tougher. And one of the things in Idaho that we run into is accessibility, because if you start getting into the second half of November in a lot of mountainous or remote areas, you're not going to be able to get there. So starting that season sometime in October, pretty important, and still being able to have that opportunity to actually harvest an animal, because it can, as you know, in the country you live in, it can get pretty nasty early and lock people out. So I think that's sort of the idea that we stood behind in 2014 not to change things, is because it was the downstream effect of moving all the seasons was going to be negatively, it was going to be negatively felt by hunters, especially late season bull hunting.
Yeah, and it does make sense, and I do appreciate the explanation as to why the seasons are where we're at. So, thank you.
And my next slide is basically the SNOWTEL data from yesterday, and I will say that when we have mild winters, they are good for deer and elk, and obviously we're at between 70 and 90% over a big chunk of Idaho. Obviously that changes on a daily basis. But right now things are good. And I think survival, if this keeps up, obviously ungulate survival will be good for the winter. And my last slide, just wanted to give you an update on our management plans. Our elk management plan, final editing and formatting is done, and it is at the printer. So you all should be getting a copy here sometime. I don't have a date on when that's actually going to happen. And then our whitetail deer management plans. So we completed a public survey in 2024. We don't have the final report for the results yet, so we haven't shown that, haven't presented that to you, but we will in the coming meetings. And then we will be starting on the planning process starting April 2025, just after the commission meeting, with an expected first draft by early, or expected draft, hopefully by early 2026. And then we will, from 1 year from now, we will be starting the mule deer management plan, and the first step in that process is to do the public survey, and that will happen this summer. So we will begin working on that survey, get that out to the public, and begin the planning process probably in early 2026 when we are done with the whitetail plan, because many of those biologists work on whitetails and mule deer at the same time, and there's only so much time they can devote to plans. So staggering them just 1 year off to make sure that we get those to you as soon as we can. And with that, I'll stand for any other questions, or I can go.
Gentlemen, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, maybe partially a question, but a comment as well, because I look at the door shack zone under objective for years and years and years. So I spent quite a bit of time talking with JJ about, well, maybe we're expecting too much. So I got to asking about, how do you determine what an objective should be? And from my understanding, and maybe you can fill in some of the blanks, it's what we think that area would support realistically. How do you determine an objective?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, obviously when you're setting objectives, you'd like to know what the population is, what your harvest is, and where is the population in relationship to some number, and where are the public attitudes about that population? Obviously, we have places, the new plan is a great example where we've adjusted the low objective to reflect more of the actual capacity of the zone to support elk. That capacity to support elk has changed drastically over the last 80 years. We used to have great habitat and lots of elk, and now it's a different world. I don't need to go into the details, those details, but suffice to say, obviously we try to adjust those objectives as conditions change over time. And obviously, there's a lot of things that go into objectives. Obviously, public sentiment, and elk biology, and where the habitat's at. I mean, you look at some of the places and how they've changed over the last 6 or 7 decades. It's, we've got more elk in Idaho than we've ever counted up, but they're not in the same places that they were when a lot of people were young. They have changed their distribution, and some of those changes of distribution have been a direct result of Fish and Game's work on redistributing elk.
Any other questions? Thank you, Toby. Appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. Be back here at 11:30. We're going to try to work into the lunch hour a little bit to 12:30 because we have to make a move over to the Capitol for some Senate confirmation hearings. But we'll do a quick 10 minutes and then we'll come back and Rick Ward will be ready to tell us about big game season setting preview. Thank you. Call the meeting back into order, and with that, we'll have a presentation from Rick Ward on the big game season setting preview. Hello, Rick.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good morning. A couple points to make before I get started. Can you hear me all right? This sounds a little quite loud. Okay. Loud and fast, that's my style. I will step back a little bit. Is that better? Okay. A couple points to make on when Toby Boudreau was up here, the discussion about the Panhandle population elk objectives came up. So I want to note that those are highlighted. They are in the forthcoming elk management plan, those with numeric objectives in units 1 and 6, and a commitment over the life of that plan to look at developing methods and population objectives for elk in additional units in the Panhandle zone. So we hear that loud and clear, and we're working to address that need. The other point I'd like to make is that, and to put you at ease, I do not have a single slide that looks like what apparently Stacy DeWalter thinks my slides are. So with that, what I'm going to do is just go over real quickly the season setting process for big game. It is a big and involved process. I'll go through the timelines and then talk really briefly at a high level about what we're looking at for season proposals for this year. So looking at the calendar, today is the 29th. We have been working with the regions and developing proposals at this point. So this is really kind of the exploratory stage. Regions have sent us their preliminary proposals. Tomorrow morning, we meet with the director's office to go through all those proposals in anticipation of the next step, which is public scoping. So the public scoping period is planned to run from February 8th to February 23rd. During that time period, proposals will be posted on the Fish and Game website for review and feedback from the public. This is also the time period during which regions will host public meetings and open houses to present proposals and gather additional feedback from the public. After scoping, the scoping period, I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, I can move my face closer too, if that's better. No. Okay. After the scoping period closes, we'll analyze public input and add, remove, or adjust proposals based on feedback from the public, as well as from new information gathered this winter. You just heard an update on deer and elk from Toby Boudreau. We have lots of surveys that are still outstanding, the results of which are still outstanding. We'll have a better idea of overwinter survival leading up to the March commission meeting. At this point, we're still pretty early in the winter. Things can change. And then at the March 26th commission meeting, we will present those proposals, and the commission will deliberate and set seasons for 2025 and 2026. So with that, I'll move into a little bit about what you might see coming. These are early in the process, but I think there are some themes you can pull out of this. And I guess to use a word or a phrase I heard earlier today, this is the ultimate in adaptive management. That's really what season setting is in my mind. It is adaptive management based on all these metrics that we have, both biological and social. So I will start out with a little bit on white-tailed deer. You also heard Stacy DeWalter give an update on chronic wasting disease. So some things that are driving whitetail management right now is managing chronic wasting disease. So we have the relatively new CWD management zone in Unit 1, that portion of Unit 1, as well as Unit 18 being added to the CWD management zone with Unit 14. So those regions are looking at opportunities to increase where CWD has been detected in those two units. Clearwater region is looking at potential to add late season opportunity in parts of that region. And the Panhandle is talking about or looking at reducing or removing extra white-tailed deer hunts in that region because depredation issues have largely been addressed. And that was the origin of those hunts initially. Again, mule deer, again, looking at CWD management is a driver in places. Unit 18, again, the Clearwater region is proposing some increases in opportunity to address CWD in that unit. And adjust antlerless opportunity based on herd performance. So this is an opportunity where we see, well, specifically in Unit 39, which we're actually sitting in right now, we've seen a continually increasing population. We see demographic characteristics that indicate that that population is at the capacity of the habitat. And the additional antlerless opportunity is warranted there for overall herd health and to, well, part of that is to grow more bucks. That is part of the Smoky Boise EMU that Toby mentioned that is on, well, we did actually start the survey yesterday. So there's a lot more to come on that, but the preliminary indicators are that additional antlerless harvest in there would benefit the overall herd health. And for elk, these are common themes we see every time we do season setting: add opportunity and address depredations. A little more specifically, and Toby did mention this too, the Weiser River zone and the Brownlee zones have been surveyed. We're still waiting on final numbers from those, but both zones by every indication are well above objective. So there will be some proposals coming from the region to address those populations and the subsequent depredations that are occurring in those areas. In the salmon zone, the salmon region is looking at adjusting the makeup of that AB tag system, where harvest has been disproportionately high in one unit. In the panhandle, looking at reducing general season antlerless elk opportunity, where this general season antlerless harvest has continued to increase and depredations are considered to be in check right now. So now is the time to back off on the antlerless harvest. And then modifying hunts throughout southern Idaho to better target depredating elk, or in some cases reduce pressure on elk where depredations have been addressed as a result of prior management. So very general, high level things we're talking about. For pronghorn, we're looking at adding back opportunity in both the Magic Valley and Southeast regions, or parts of those regions. Well, and even parts of the Upper Snake where pronghorn populations have recovered since the severe winter of 2022-2023. And conversely, potentially reducing harvest in parts of the Upper Snake region where populations have not yet recovered. There are some proposals at this point to modify several either sex hunts, pronghorn hunts in eastern Idaho, to buck only. That's an effort to reduce doe harvest and to maximize fawn production. For black bear, there are proposals to add opportunity in the Magic Valley, Southeast, and Upper Snake regions where bear populations are performing well, and potential adjustments to bear seasons in the Weiser area units after reviewing data for the past 4 years following some significant changes in 2021. And for mountain lion, looking at changing hound hunting season dates in the Clearwater region to align with bear seasons and to reduce conflicts with elk hunters, and to extend season dates in a portion of the Southwest region where lion harvest has been light, and in a portion of the Southeast region where recently collected data on mule deer survival and causes of mortality indicates that lion predation is higher than previously thought. And for wolves, there are no proposed changes at this time. I'll pause there and ask if there are any questions on that portion. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, now I want to talk a little bit about two working groups, local working groups in the regions, and what we're going to do about those proposals with this season setting process. So the first one is the Southeast Region Mule Deer Advisory Committee. The overarching objective of forming this group was to improve citizen involvement in the decision-making process. It was a 12-member committee made up of mule deer hunters residing in Southeast Idaho. Between July and December of this last year, they met 6 times. The group decided that consensus would be 75% agreement of the group, or 9 of the 12 members. And IDFG supported the working group process through facilitation and provided technical information, but we were otherwise hands-off and allowed the committee process to work freely. So this group started out with a couple of objectives. One, to improve the overall hunter experience and satisfaction in general season mule deer hunts in the Southeast region. And that would be, could be achieved through increasing buck hunt abundance and specifically mature buck. That is where they started. That is the objective that the group wanted to reach. The sideboards that were set out at the beginning, first and foremost, were to maintain general deer hunting opportunity in the Southeast region. 2, to limit negative impacts to other hunts and or GM. 3, that this approach was experimental. Anything that this group came up with would be could be tried, but that it was to be considered an experiment. And lastly, the group is advisory to the commission. Anything that comes out of this group is a recommendation to the commission. So I'll go through now some of the specifics of what they actually recommended, and then talk about how scoping is going to work with this. So for general season recommendations, the committee is recommending converting Unit 73A and 76 from an any weapon general season to a muzzleloader only general season. The idea behind this is that it will reduce overall harvest of bucks, allow the buck population to grow in abundance and in age, which is their overall objective. And they are also recommending to expand the archery season to overlap the muzzleloaders. So right now that archery season is September, and that would be expanded to go to October 20. In addition to the general season recommendations, they have a handful of recommendations on controlled hunts. So in GMU 70, they are proposing to convert the unlimited archery to a general over-the-counter opportunity. Add muzzleloader only tag, a controlled hunt, muzzleloader only, 100 tags, October 1st through the 9th. And to reduce the any weapon controlled hunt from 170 to 125 tags. And in GMU 78, to add muzzleloader only controlled hunt, October 1 to 9, 50 tags. And to reduce the any weapon controlled hunt tags from 200 to 175. So real quick, I want to touch on how we're proposing to scope these proposals from the committee. What we're looking at this point is to scope them individually or independently. So there would be 4 proposals that coming from the committee. So GMU 73A, scoping the proposal to go from an any weapon general season to a muzzleloader only general season. Same with Unit 76, going from an any weapon general season to a muzzleloader only general season. To scope the Unit 70 controlled hunts together as one package, but independent from the rest of the recommendations. And to similarly to scope the Unit 78 controlled hunts as a package, but independent from the other units. And part of the scoping process, we would like to include a statement from Fish and Game, kind of outlining what the process is. We want to identify these on the website and the other scoping methods. We want to make sure that the public understands clearly that these are working group proposals. We want to honor that process, make it clear that this is a working group proposal, but we also want to include a staff assessment of the potential of the proposals to meet the objectives of the working group. In other words, or in this case, the objective of growing more bucks and older bucks. The other small working group is the Dvorak Elk Working Group in 10A. And similar to the Southeast Region Mule Deer Working Group, the overarching objective of this group was to improve citizen involvement in the decision-making process. Also a 12-member group made up of elk hunters in 10A, all a variety of different hunting preferences and styles. That group had 7 meetings last year from May to October. In this case, they decided that consensus was 100% agreement. 12 members, 100% agreement. Again, IDFG supported the process. We provided technical information. This group did have a professional facilitator that helped the process along, but otherwise the process was free to work however the process, wherever the process went. So the objective for this group was to manage for mixed public desires. We've heard a lot of I guess, priorities expressed from the public about how 10A should be managed for opportunity, and to increase both male and female elk numbers in that zone. It is currently below objective, and this group identified that they want to increase elk numbers. Again, looking at the sideboards, it was asked of the group that they really go into the season setting process or keep their recommendations within the sideboards of season setting, not get into the management plan side of things. In part because we have a brand new management plan as this working group was going on. So increase elk numbers, provide additional opportunity where available, and seasons cannot be too complicated, which I think we all understand that one. We have complicated things enough as it is. And again, that this group is advisory to the commission. So I will go through, I'll step through the proposals coming from the working group, and then I'm going to go back up to one and talk specifically about that. But they are looking at a host of changes, and I'm going to kind of speed through these. These are really, I think one of the differences between what is coming out of this working group and what came out of the mule deer working group is that this is a package. And we're going to scope these as one package, and I'll explain that when I get through these a little bit, but this is not you could potentially, if you broke this up and implemented only part of it, things could go the opposite direction of where the working group wants them to go. So we're looking at one package. That's an important consideration. So it will be a support, do not support, and it's going to be this whole host of potential changes. So on the A tag, change from any elk to antlered only for the archery component. On the muzzleloader component, change from spike or antlerless only to antlered only. Cap the A tag at the status quo, at the 5-year average, which is 1,427 tags. On the B tag, on the any weapon season, change from antlered only to brow tined only, so mature bulls. Reduce the cap by 20%. And that's the one I'm going to come back to in a moment. And in controlled hunts within 10A, expand the boundary of the landowner permission hunt and the parent hunt, just to make it a bigger area to address some landowner considerations there. And to add a muzzleloader only season of 60 tags, antlerless only, in early December. Short season, 4 days. So as I said, we're going to scope this as one proposal, but a notable, well, something I need to mention, the cap reduction was deliberated quite a bit by this group. And the way the system has worked, when a cap is reduced, every portion underneath that cap is reduced by the same proportion. So you have non-outfitted non-residents, you have non-outfitted residents, and then you have outfitter allocation. If you take the overall cap, reduce it by 20%, all of those portions under that cap are reduced by 20%. What the group stated is that they would rather not implement this 20% reduction if it negatively affected the outfitter or the outfitter allocation in this zone. There is another avenue by which the commission can allocate in capped elk zones, and that is written in statute that the commission can use the highest of the last 2 years. And to date, the commission has not exercised this option, and using it here would be expected to create an expectation that this be done in all the cap zones. So that whole topic is under discussion, but we don't want this one recommendation to set the precedent of recalculating all capped elk zones. So with we got essentially the okay or the thumbs up from the group that it would be better to scope this, to remove this if it would negatively impact the outfitters, to scope it without that in the package. So that is everything you see up there would be one scoping package minus the B tag cap reduction. So, Mr. Chairman, that is all I have. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions, concerns? Commissioner Ebert.
This was an interesting process. The Door Shack Elk Working Group, I attended those meetings and I was as quiet as I could be. Sometimes I failed, but the department and myself was very careful not to influence the desire of the group. I think we achieved that. The thing about the reducing the cap by 20%, the group put forth with the caveat that we don't want to take away allocated tags, or, you know, and it created a little bit of a head scratcher for me, because we were talking about like 2 or 3 tags from a outfitter, which would impact his business greatly. And so no population level impact in that. And then but the group did give us, they gave us the out. If you can't reduce the cap by 20% and leave that outfitter whole, we don't want you to do it. So I think we're good not scoping that. And since that came up, and we talked about it a lot, I talked about it with JJ a lot, I talked about it with Boise a lot, and there's bigger picture things. That question, more of a statewide question that needs to be answered. So I'm fine with leaving that part of it out. But it was an eye opener for me about, okay, here's what the effect of what we're talking about will do to everyone and this business. So, you know, I was pretty sympathetic to the outfitter. He's a good, decent, hardworking, you know. So, you know, we're cognizant of that, of those impacts. Anyway, so I appreciate the way you brought this forward, and I'll tell you right now, I don't necessarily agree with everything on here, but the will of the working group, I think we need to carry forward for scoping, and I will be curious to see how the public at large responds to this.
Just so I'm clear on this, Rick, so on that reduced cap by 20%, is that going to the scoping? Is that not going to? I'm a little lost as to where it's at this point.
Mr. Chairman, no, it will not go to scoping.
Okay.
So everything you see up there, it's not in a red box, will go to scoping as one package.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shred, did you have something?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to kind of say that I did sit in as well on that Southeast Idaho Advisory Committee. And like Commissioner Ebert, I did try to keep my mouth shut as much as possible, and feel like I did a pretty good job of that, to be honest with you, believe it or not. And it was encouraging to have those sportsmen in that Southeast region come together with a proposal that they're excited about. I've had 2 or 3 of them reach out to me on my way over here to make sure that they know that they were very supportive of this, and they want to see it go out to public scoping the way it is. they did a good job. They came from different backgrounds. I've heard rumors over there that they were all a muzzleloader community, and I don't, to my knowledge, I think only 2 of them actually had a muzzleloader, and I think only 1 actually hunts with them. So it was not a muzzleloader community, but it was actually for the benefit of the resource on the ground that they came up with these proposals, and they had the best intentions to do it. So as like Commissioner Ebert said, I'm excited to put this out to public scoping and see what the rest of the public think about it, because I think it could be huge in my neck of the woods, where the biggest complaint I've had since I've been on this commission is the health of the mule deer herds in southeast Idaho. So I was excited to see Dan and his department come up with this idea to put it forward and to see what the public says. So I think they all did good. Dan and all of his department did good, and the committee did really good. So I'm excited to see. So thank you for that.
Further questions or comments? I have more of a generalized question, I guess, Rick. So how does the idea of an advisory committee come to being? Is it the public coming to the department with this idea that they'd like to put this together? Is it the department going out and saying, hey, we'd like to look at maybe some changes here, and we'd like to put together a committee? How is that process worked out?
Mr. Chairman, it is some of both. So I think it's based on largely things that, well, regional staff here, maybe commissioners here from in this case, for these local working groups, it's people within the region. And we have a desire and an objective to engage the public more in the decision-making process. So I think it's largely coincidental, maybe it isn't, that we have more or less 4 of these working groups going on, 2 local and then 2 statewide that are going on in parallel. I don't know if that's a pace we're going to continue, but we get into some thorny issues that, and really the social side of things is a big driver of how we prioritize. We can set the biology; those are the sideboards, but there's a lot of room within those biological sideboards on how to prioritize opportunity. So these groups help us kind of figure out what some of that is. So it's kind of an organic process, but there was a definite a perceived need or a need to reach out to the public and get them engaged in these kind of thorny things that we've been hearing about for quite a while. As Commissioner Charette mentioned, mule deer in southeast Idaho there's a lot of talk about that and how best to manage and what to manage.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up on the agenda, Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation overview, Hillary Engel. Hello, Hillary.
Guess I get to say good afternoon. Okay. So I was asked to give an overview of the foundation, just some of the activities that we do throughout the year with the department and with our other external partners. So just to start, I'll give you our mission statement. And this was redone, I think in 2018 or 19, with then Director Moore looking at it and to see how we could more align ourselves and help the department with some of their activities. So it's to partner with the Idaho Fish and Game to sustain Idaho's fishing, hunting, and wildlife heritage and improve habitat restoration, public access, conservation, education, and to complement the use of sportsmen and women's dollars. And so we do this through wildlife conservation education, habitat restoration, and public access grants. We were established in 1990 to help with the fundraising and donation collection for the MK Nature Center. At that time, the department couldn't accept funds from certain corporations, and so we were formed to do that for them. We consist of 11 board members. We follow the 7 regions of the department, so we try and have at least 1 member in every region. And we meet quarterly every year. December, we meet virtually. February, we meet here. And then April and August, we try and travel around the state to see different projects that are happening on the ground. And we are a small but mighty staff. There's myself, I have one administrative assistant and a financial specialist. So this is a question we get asked a lot is what's our relationship with the department? And so we do have an MOU with the department that just states that what our partnership is, and it defines the roles of each side so that we make sure that there's no undue influence between the two parties. And I think that's something to really, for us to remember when we're talking with people, because I think there is some confusion sometimes about the foundation. So we are an independent 501c3 organization. We provide grants and other type of assistance to not only the department, but other state and federal natural resource agencies and nonprofit entities in the state of Idaho. The foundation is supported through an in-kind donation of administrative support from the department. So one of the big things that we do is we help finance fish and game buildings. So you're sitting in our newest building. This is really wordy, so I will not read it all, but this is how we're allowed to do this. IRS rules allow tax-exempt bonds to be issued on behalf of the department through the foundation. These are, exempt from federal income and Idaho tax. So this allows the department to borrow more funds at a better rate than if they were to go out on the street by themselves. And so recently we did this for the Region 3 office as well as the headquarters building. The foundation's bonds are secured and paid for by annual rent payments made by the department through an annual appropriation lease. And so that is approved every year through the legislature. Once the bonds are complete, the department gets the buildings free and clear. I think you pay $10 is what's in the lease agreement. And then the buildings do become part of the state or part of the department, sorry. And then this is the Region 3 office. So another thing we do, I talked earlier about, is our competitive grant cycle. We offer up to $10,000 in funding February through April 30th. We award in August. These are open to the department as well as other agencies and nonprofits in the state. And this is where we can kind of do those smaller projects, offer money up, and get some funds on the ground. And one of our cool programs we had is the Lonesome Larry Project, which some of you have heard of, but it was started by an elementary age boy who's now in high school. And he had learned about Lonesome Larry and he got really excited. He wanted to know how he could help salmon. And so he started making socks and he would sell them all around town. And then he started going to the Steelheads game and selling them. And he's raised almost $30,000 through this. And so every year, it's a little slow now because he's gone away to high school, but we give away a $5,000 Lonesome Larry grant to somebody that's doing habitat restoration, riparian work. So it's pretty cool. One of his first projects was the fish screen up at Redfish, and we put up educational boards on Lonesome Larry and how the fish come back and go through the cycle there. So that was a pretty exciting one. I just listed out a few of our other partners that we work with. This is by far not even close to all of them, but we try and do a wide swath across the state. And since inception of IFWIF, we've granted out almost $8.6 million. So we're pretty excited about that. And then lastly, for our grants, we do offer a 25,000 fish and game only grant. So we offer this to one region each year. Last year we did 2 because we had 2 grants that were exceptional. So we made a exception for that one. But these are just some of the grants we've done. And I think it's a nice partnership. It puts a bigger chunk on the ground and allows the regions to do some of the projects that they might not have all the funding for. Another program we have is Fish and Game only restricted grants. And so the Lawrence Estate is an example for a family that wanted to do youth hunting education. It was way before my time, but for whatever reason, they felt that they wanted to give it to the foundation so that it was held and it can be solely used for this. So every year, this is an endowed fund, and they're allowed to take the interest earnings off of that each year if they have programs that they would like to have money for. So we have a couple of these. We have one for the Andrus WMA. So we have a couple of them that come out each year. And then we also have our special project funds. This is where you'll see the Fish and Game Canine Fund. So we'll raise funds for that through Idaho Gives and just fundraisers throughout the year. We have a lot of people that like to support the canine program, and this is an easy way for them to do that. This is where Lonesome Larry is held. And then we do get a lot of people that somebody's passed away and they want to leave memorial gifts for the department or a special program in a region. And so we'll hold those funds until the region's ready to use those. And then another big project we do is the Idaho Wildlife license plates. In 2024, we redid the plates. Most of them hadn't been redone for 20 to 25 years. And so we coordinate all the marketing for that. The sales go through the DMV, and then we get the residual funds for each plate, and then distribute that, and then use the marketing fee that we have to promote these. These plates are pretty important to us and the department because they're right now holding about 49–50% of the market share of all specialty plates. And we want to remain there. So in FY24, we had $1.7 million were received from the program. And so the diversity program received about 1.5. And when I started, we were below $1 million. And so it's been the goal each year to get that raised up. And now we want to keep it there and go up. And then lastly, one of the programs that we started in 2019 was If WIF acts as the cooperator for the Idaho Fish and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program, the Idaho Partners Fish and Wildlife Program. We act as the cooperator. So we apply for bill money and Partners Program money on behalf of the Partners Program. And then once a project is complete or they're working with the landowner or Fish and Game or other state entities, they send us an invoice. We request the money from Department of Treasury and we pay for those. And because the program cannot do it itself. And so we act as, because we're statewide, the Partners Program has started working with us to do larger grants to broaden their scope as well. So it's a pretty cool program for us. And I think that's all I have. So if anybody has any questions?
Thank you, Hillary. Anybody? Questions? Comment? I would just say keep up the good work. It's amazing the amount of funds that you guys are able to raise and put on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, Director, we are well ahead of schedule.
Yep.
What say we break for lunch?
Perfect.
Okay, we'll break for lunch. What time do we want to reconvene?
Well, we will be heading over to the State House at 1 o'clock, and we will have vehicles ready to take those that are going over, and then we'll be back here hopefully 2-ish. So I think we will plan to reconvene at maybe 2:15.
Okay. We are in recess till 2:15. Okay, welcome back, everybody. There's a couple hours of my life I'll never get back, but we got through it. So continuing on with the agenda here. The IDFG Strategic Plan update. presentation and discussion of draft priorities, review of upcoming public outreach process. Ann and Adam, welcome.
Thank you. So I'll get started. So as you mentioned, I'm Adam Park. I'm the Communications Bureau Chief. And I am here today with Ann Westcott to talk to you, to give a brief update on the strategic plan update, which you were first introduced to in November. And I believe that a number of you have had interviews and conversations on the topic. So Ann is going to give you an update on where we're at in that process and where we're going. And then I'm going to give you an overview of the public outreach process that we're about to commence in late February and March and April. So I'll walk you through that. So without any further ado, I'll hand it over to Ann Westcott.
He didn't have to do very much, did he? Mr. Commissioner, Commissioners, Director Hendricks, thank you for having me this afternoon to see you all again. This is a very exciting project. I think I told you last time the result of my interviews was one of the most passionate organizations of people I have ever worked with. And that is a really exciting thing to be able to encounter. Next slide, please. I have the clicker. Look at that, technology. Huh. Yes, as a result of those 42, almost 1 hour interviews, I was able to bring together a quick bullet list of the priority areas. So we asked, I spoke with most of the commissioner members. I spoke with all of the Operations Bureau members and then some of the staff in each bureau as well. And these were across the board, kind of 8 buckets of priorities that everyone says should be focused on as we move forward for the strategy for this department. Habitat loss, invasive species and disease, hunter-trapper angler satisfaction, and predator management are obviously more externally focused. And internally, the department looking at their relationship with the legislature, public outreach and education, fiscal sustainability, and the agency's culture, recruitment, and retention. So what we have done is, after meeting with the ops team to further strategize around whether or not these are the right buckets or the right priority areas, we've been moving into going through an action planning process that would take each of these priority areas, identify what the objective is, what the measurements of success would be, and then specific actions that the department needs to take year by year in order to achieve that overall objective. Work plans have been established, for example, one for habitat loss, one for invasive species, that will bring stakeholders and all of the responsible parties within the department to really brainstorm what the specific actions need to be. So this is not just a philosophical approach to a strategic plan, but a very tactical approach of what each bureau will do in order to achieve that objective. We also will be talking in a minute, or Adam will, about the statewide public meetings that we'll be doing, where we're going to take these 8 areas of interest, particularly the 4 that are most externally focused, out to every region of the state, excuse me, every region of the state, and have a public meeting so that we can provide information on these priorities and get input from each of those public members. A draft strategic plan update will be created by the end of the spring, and the commission will review it in the summer to get your continued input. One of the head nod that I wanted from you is that those 8 priority areas are acceptable to go forward into the public meetings throughout the state. And I believe Adam's going to talk a little bit about that public engagement process.
So you are the first to see actually the dates for the public meetings. We're going to be doing extensive communications around these in the weeks and months ahead so that the word gets out. But we have meetings planned for every region. They start on March 11th up north. We're going up to the Panhandle and on March 11th, and then to the Clearwater region the second day. Then the following week, we're going to do 3 in 1 week, Salmon, Upper Snake, and Southeast. And then on April 1st, we'll be in the Magic Valley. And then for the Region 3, because of the large population that we have here, of 800,000 plus, we decided to do 2, one at the Southwest Regional Office in Nampa and one here at HQ. And those will be conducted by Ann, and we also have Dr. Jen Schneider, who's an expert on public outreach, who'll be helping us to facilitate those meetings as well. We're also hoping to get, someone from Fish and Game, who's an expert on issues, to be present as well. So those are planned for March and April. But in addition to that, we are going to be doing staff sessions. Each day that we're in the region, we're going to take that opportunity of being there to have a separate meeting at lunchtime with staff, because we feel that staff plays an important role in this as well, providing their input. We've already have, as I mentioned, talked to a number of staff members. But this is an opportunity for anyone from Fish and Game who's interested to come and sit down, and we'll go through a process similar to the evening process that we'll do with the public, but with a little bit more emphasis on the internal pieces. And then we're also conducting a partner meeting. As you may have heard last night from Representative ICL, there's a significant amount of interest from partner organizations that we work with regularly, such as ICL. So we're going to be conducting a virtual meeting on February 26th, and we're going to be sending invites out to that in the coming weeks. I've been working closely with Ellery on that so that we make sure we get the right people. And so that'll be coming on February 26th as well. And, we're also not ruling out the possibility of other potential outreach efforts that we may need to do in the future. One thing that I think would be important once the draft plan has been written is to have an opportunity for the public to also review that as well, because that'll be something that's more detailed vision for the strategic plan update. And so I think this summer we'll have an opportunity to do something similar to what we do with management plans, where we're doing a public outreach effort, but we haven't finalized that yet. So that is our presentation for today, and we stand for questions.
Thank you, Adam. Questions?
Maybe a question, observation, and thanks a lot, Adam and Ann. On that list up front of the items that jumped out from public meetings and all, it may be very well embedded in one of them, but what I didn't see with the burgeoning interest in non-hunting, non-angling recreation in Idaho, particularly across the Snake River Plain and south to the state lines. We know impacts to resources increasing, some conflicts with anglers, hunters, and then crowding issues. So I've been hearing that from the folks I work with, landowners particularly. Did you pick any of that up?
Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, that's an excellent question. Thank you for bringing that up. We are in the process of planning for these public meetings now, and that is one element that we've already identified, that in addition to hunters, anglers, and trappers, that we need to have expand that to all wildlife users, whatever form that is. So we certainly are going to include hunters, trappers, and anglers, but then also open that up to wildlife viewers and anyone else from the public who has an interest in accessing wildlife. So that is definitely going to be part of our discussion.
And in addition to accessing wildlife, a lot of folks are accessing other recreation. You're mountain biking for the love of that sport or whatever, but there are increasing impacts that we never would have even envisioned 10 or 20 years ago. And those all have either direct or indirect effects on habitat, hunter angler experience, and others. So I think that would be a good one to not necessarily drill in on, but to make sure that's covered on future management.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, in fact, we have just been pulling up. Toby has been working with Dr. Wallen up in U of I on the crowding surveys, and we are pulling that information for exactly that reason, so that because we expect that will become part of the conversation with the public about how to handle crowding and how to manage it. So, but thank you. It does go beyond just wildlife viewing. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rhodes.
Mr. Chairman, and I'd be really interested, Virgil was the director then, and I'd be interested in the last plan. How did it work and that sort of thing, just to do a post-mortem or whatever you want to call it, just to see, the goal when putting it in, how did it work, just as for my own information.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, and thanks. And I think it's an agreed. we can kind of take stock of the former plan, and that's part of this process is it still serving us well? What needs to be adjusted? And going into this, I will just say that in reading the former plan, what's our current plan, it's a very well done plan. And this is not a major overhaul because I think that it still hits all the marks. I know when I was interviewing for this job and thinking about what I think the priorities are for the department and what values we really want to try to capture, I went through the plan and it touches on them all. That's me, but I think as Ann's going through this process now, talking with all of you, talking with staff, and then when we talk with the public, that'll be the opportunity to check and see, are we still largely on course and where do we need adjustments? But yeah, your point's well taken.
No, Mr. Chairman, just Director, I didn't want to beat up on it. I just, if we've got, some bones there, put some more meat on those bones or whatever, but just utilize that going forward. Okay, that end of it. That's no more.
Gentlemen, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Adam, man. Appreciate
Great.
all the work.
Thank you.
Next up, Idaho bats and white nose syndrome. Rita Dixon. Welcome, Rita.
Good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be here today and get a chance to talk to you about bats, one of my favorite subjects, and white nose syndrome, which is not one of my favorite subjects. So Chairman Davies, Director Fredericks, Commissioners, and Elizabeth, thank you. During my presentation today, what I'd like to do is I'm going to start by introducing you to Idaho's bats. Then I'd like to talk about why they matter, highlight one of the biggest threats to bats in North America, and then explain what we're doing to address it. So Idaho is fortunate in that we have a rich diversity of bat species, as you can see in all these portraits. They can be found from our lowest elevation river canyons all the way up into the alpine zones. All our bats eat insects, although one of our bats, the pallid bat, will also occasionally take small lizards as they glean along the ground. And they are also eat Mormon crickets as another benefit to us. Most of our bats hibernate during the winter. They're resident year-round, but they spend the winter typically underground, although we do suspect that they may be wintering in other areas too, for example, rock crevices and canyons. And then two of our bat species, the hoary bat and the silver-haired bat, are long-distance migrants, so they leave for the winter. But increasingly, we're starting to get more silver-haired bats that appear to be overwintering in Idaho. And interestingly, right outside this building, most of the 14 bat species that occur in Idaho can be found right here during the summer when we've done public events here at the MK Nature Center. So why should we care about bats? Well, multiple reasons, but one of the most significant reasons is their economic value. Bats have been estimated to be worth over $313 million annually to the state of Idaho alone. And I'll focus your attention on the colors. The warmer colors in this figure depict a higher value of bats by county. And bats play critical roles as primary predators of nocturnal insects. They also serve as keystone species for cave ecosystems. So they provide these important ecological services by offsetting what we would have to do to raise our crops. So for example, if we didn't have bats consuming large amounts of insects, we're going to have to increase pesticide use. One of the other real benefits of bats is to our own health, because bats feed on many insects that cause insect-borne diseases, such as West Nile virus, which is caused by mosquitoes. And in a recent paper, it was shown that bats are consuming We haven't known for a long time exactly how much they're eating, but it turns out they're eating multiple species of mosquitoes. And they are, some species more than others, like big brown bats, are actually putting a dent in them. So the estimated loss of bats in North America or in the US has been estimated over $3.7 billion per year if we didn't have our bats. So we need to take care of them. So next, I'd like to talk about what are the big problems for bats. And in today's talk, we're going to be talking about white nose syndrome. So if you look at this graph, this was from a study that evaluated multiple mortality events in bats across the world. And what I mean in this case, in this particular study, they define multiple mortality events as 10 or more dead bats within a location within a year or usually a season. And as you can see here, they looked at this before 2000 and since 2000. The significance of that is that white nose syndrome was introduced into North America, and it was first detected in February of 2006. And so prior to 2000, intentional killing of bats was the leading cause of these reported multiple mortality events in bats. Since 2000, collisions with wind turbines and white nose syndrome have become the leading causes of reported multiple mortality events in bats worldwide. So next, I'd like to talk about white nose syndrome and explain what it is and why it has become such a problem. Bat white nose syndrome is a fungal disease of hibernating bats caused by the novel invasive fungus Pseudogymnoascus destructans. So for the rest of the talk, we're going to call it PD for short. So whenever I say PD, that's the fungus that causes white nose syndrome, which is the disease. And the way it affects bats is it got its name from this white fungus on the muzzle of a bat, but it typically it affects the unfurred membranes on bats. So their muzzle, their ears, their wings, their tail membranes. And in this picture, in the upper right image, is showing a bat's wing that has damage caused by the fungus. And what is interesting about this particular fungus is that unlike other fungal diseases in mammals that are primarily superficial, like athlete's foot, this particular fungus invades the bat's tissues at the cellular level and disrupts its water balance and other things. Down below, you can see in that image, which is a cross-section of bat tissue, and it's showing these cup-like lesions that go into the tissue. The way it affects bats and reason it causes such mortality is one of the things that's unique about bats. When they go into hibernation, their immune system is suppressed. And so this fungus invades them during the winter when they're hibernating and their immune system is suppressed. So they have no way to fight this fungal invasion. When they come out of hibernation, many bats, if they survive, once they warm up and their immune system kicks in, most of them can clear the fungus if it hasn't been that severe. But in most cases, what happens is the way it affects the bats is it causes them to wake up more frequently during hibernation. And the reason bats can hibernate for months is because they store brown adipose fat reserves to carry them through the winter. They wake up at intervals throughout the winter, but this causes them to wake up more frequently. And every time a bat wakes up, it uses precious energy reserves. And so at some point, after waking up multiple times through the winter, they use up all their fat reserves and they starve to death and they die. The other thing that happens is it causes severe dehydration. And if you look at that wing, that's a dehydrated wing. And you all know what tissue paper looks like. Healthy bats have supple, moist wings. Dehydrated bats' wings look like tissue paper. So where is white nose syndrome? This is a map, distribution map of the occurrence across the country. And it was first detected in the West in Washington State in March of 2016. And as if you look up at Washington, you can see how it spread across the state, and it's continuing to move eastward toward Idaho. The fungus was detected in British Columbia fairly recently, and the blue arrow pointing to southeast Idaho, that's Bear Lake County. I want to call your attention to that because we detected the fungus that causes white nose syndrome, PD, in October 2021. And I'm going to talk more about that in a little bit. But one important distinction I want you to understand is that we detected the fungus in Idaho. We have not confirmed the disease. Bats can have the fungus on them, or we can detect DNA from the fungus on bats, but it may, if it hasn't invaded them at the cellular level, it's not going to cause a disease. They also have to get a certain level of fungal loads on their tissues for the disease to really manifest. And so we're going into our, it's been 4 years now since we first detected it there. And it usually takes about 3 years or so for the disease to manifest. So this winter is really pretty critical in terms of what we've found so far in Idaho. But I do want you to know we've had no mortality, no morbidity in our bats in Idaho. So white nose syndrome affects bats in different ways, and we're still trying to get an understanding of the origin and mechanism. But although PD is pathogenic to bats, no evidence exists that it affects humans, pets, livestock, or other wildlife susceptible. And I'd like to call your attention in this slide to the 3 species that have an asterisk at the end: little brown myotis, long-legged myotis, and Yuma myotis. Those are the 3 species we detected the fungus on in 2021. But all of these other bats that are listed here occur in Idaho and elsewhere have either been confirmed for the disease or positive for the fungus. So how is this fungus transmitted? If you look at this picture, it's a cluster of bats grooming. PD is primarily transmitted bat to bat. And so as you can see here, if one of those bats that's snuggled up next to its roostmate has the fungus, it's easily transmitted to the bat right next to it. And so it can spread rapidly through a colony. But it can also be spread by humans through human-mediated transmission. And the way that happens is if somebody goes into a contaminated site and then they go to a site that's not contaminated, to a different location, and they haven't decontaminated their clothing, gear, or equipment, they could inadvertently move the fungus into a new site. And so we consider human-mediated transmission as a possibility, and that has been documented. However, it remains bat-to-bat transmission is the primary mode of transmission. So next, I'd like to talk about what this means and the impact it's had on our bats. This is a little brown myotis up there, and white nose syndrome has caused widespread declines in multiple bat species across eastern North America in particular. For example, the little brown myotis, once considered the most common and widespread bat species, you can see the range map at the bottom left that shows its range in North America. It has declined. It had declined 96% in less than a decade since the onset of white nose syndrome. The loss of bats due to white nose syndrome has important and ecological implications. We've already seen the economic value of bats, but a recent study in the northeast US also linked the loss of bats to an increase in infant mortality, because with the loss of bats, many of them, over 90% of these colonies, led to farmers having to increase pesticide use on their crops. And so that has now been tied to an increase in infant mortality. In addition to the consequences, economic and health consequences, these severe declines have also led the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to conduct a discretionary status review for the little brown myotis. And the results of the review may be to propose listing under the Endangered Species Act, make a species a candidate for listing, provide notice of a not warranted candidate assessment, or other action as appropriate. The decision on that status assessment we expect to hear in federal fiscal year 2026. So that would be this coming October. We should know what's going on. That's the anticipated date. And on an up note about this is, despite these severe die-offs, especially in the Northeast, some populations of bats that have been affected by white nose syndrome have shown signs of persistence and even recovery several years later. So what are we doing about this? Well, the first thing we're doing is we are working with the U.S. National Wildlife Health Center. We're part of the National Strategic PD Surveillance Project. And the primary objective of this is to detect it in new sites and new bat species. The highlighted polygons you see up there are ecosections, and those are priorities for surveillance. And you can see that Southeast Idaho is one of our highest priorities for surveillance, and that is where we first detected it. So one of our strategies is to simply minimize the risk of moving the fungus around, and that is through decontamination between sites, and we follow a national decontamination protocol. We also conduct active surveillance through non-lethal bat skin swab sampling. So on the right, you can see us swabbing the wing of a bat. And I want to note that the Tyvek suits are to protect the bats, not us. And so we wear appropriate personal protective equipment so that we don't become part of the problem. Like if we are working in a contaminated site, we don't want to move the fungus to a different site. So we're very careful when we're working with bats. We also use guano and environmental surveillance. And what I mean by that, and this is primarily during spring and summer, where we collect pooled guano samples. That's a pile of bat guano on the right under a bat condo. And we send those off for testing at the National Wildlife Health Center. And they can tell us whether or not the guano has any fungus in it. We also use passive surveillance through rabies lab submissions. So at the Idaho Bureau of Laboratories, when people submit bats for rabies testing, they save those bats for us. And then we go through them within a certain period of the year when we're most likely to detect the fungus, which is November to May, and extend it into June, but also public reporting. And interestingly, the first detection of white nose syndrome in Washington state was through public reporting. A hiker found a bat on the ground on a trail, took it to a bat rehabilitator. The bat died, it was sent off for testing and was confirmed for white nose syndrome. So that emphasizes the value of public reporting. So many of the strategies for white nose syndrome, or there are a lot of things about it that are not within our control. One that is vaccinating bats. We've now been vaccinating bats in Minnetonka Cave for the past 4 years. We're working with a researcher, Dr. Tony Roque, who developed the vaccine. But the problem with that, as you can see, is so far it's been oral delivery of the vaccine to individual bats, which is not feasible for widespread application. So the researcher is currently working on a topical application where we could spray roosting bats in large numbers And then as they groom, they basically are ingesting the vaccine and vaccinating themselves. That is a very feasible option. Next, I'd just like to show you the extent of our surveillance in Idaho. And again, Minnetonka Cave down in the right-hand corner is where we did detect the fungus. And 6 of the 33 bats we swabbed in 2021 tested positive for PD. And again, little brown, long-legged, and Yuma were the 3 species that tested positive. And all of those are known to be susceptible to white nose syndrome elsewhere in the U.S. We have also drafted an interagency white nose syndrome response plan. Clearly, the complexity of this disease requires us to work with multiple partners, including land management, federal land management agencies, non-governmental organizations, cavers, the caving community. And so our plan outlines the roles, responsibilities, and legal authorities of the cooperating agencies and entities. We outline strategies to minimize the spread of PD. We also want to reduce disease or improve survival of affected bats if we get white nose syndrome. Ongoing surveillance that I've described, a framework for monitoring evaluation, and both plans for internal and external communication. We are part of a national response team across the country, and our plan is tiered off the national plan for white nose syndrome, which is going to be revised this year. And then finally, I just want to highlight what our ongoing work includes. So we will be conducting PD surveillance, collecting samples at long-term monitoring sites for disease progression among western bat species, which to date is just Minnetonka Cave. It's our only PD positive site. We'll also be collecting the pooled guano and doing environmental sampling at bat congregation areas this spring, summer, and submit the bats from the rabies lab for testing, and continue to investigate any unusual bat mortality morbidity. And I want to go back to, we talked about the multiple mortality events. The guidelines from the National Wildlife Health Center for unusual mortality morbidity is 5 or more dead bats at the same place in the same time frame, which is within a week, typically. And then we plan to revise and finalize our Idaho interagency response plan. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Gentlemen, any questions? Commissioner Schrett.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I can promise you when I applied for this position, bats or white nose syndrome was not on my bingo card. However, I take a peace of mind knowing that while I'm not aware of it, the department is, and it's awesome to see the complete care that the department has, not just for the big game species that we hear all the time, but for all the species in Idaho. So thank you. With that, I do have a question about decontamination. Make sure I understand that right. You said it was found in Minnetonka Cave.
Yes.
That's my home county. And you talk about decontaminating. Is that the cave in general? Because it's kind of a tourist trap where I'd find it hard to decontaminate it. So can you speak to that? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Charette, and I'll explain what we mean by decontamination. So in the case of Minnetonka Cave, which is a show cave, and yes, that is our only PD positive site so far, the way we manage it there is we work with the Forest Service and the cave concessionaire on an annual basis. So we work and we sent our staff to train some of their guides that do the cave tours. So we're not requiring people who go into Minnetonka commercially to decontaminate, but what we do there is we screen visitors. And working with the Forest Service and the cave concessionaire, we ask a series of questions. Have you been in any other cave outside Minnetonka? Are you wearing anything that you wore in that cave? And so far, they won't allow anyone to go in if they're wearing anything they wore in that cave. However, for our purposes, when we're working in there, you saw the Tyvek, the nitrile gloves and things like that. So that when we go in there and we come out, we're not going to move it someplace else. But decontamination depends on what it is. Like if it's clothing, if you're not wearing Tyvek, decontaminating your clothing, the best way is to submerge it in hot water at a certain temperature for a certain period of time. Other things like headlamps and other equipment, we just wipe down with isopropyl alcohol or bleach wipes and things like that. So depending on what it is, it requires different types of decontamination.
How long, so like if someone goes in there and then they go to another cave, how long would their clothes be susceptible to transmitting that? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yes, yes. I don't think we know definitively about that. However, once PD is in something, it persists in the environment. And years ago, when they were first trying to figure out how to address this, there were spores on people's backpacks that survived for quite a while. So we don't really know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Anybody else? Commissioner Ebert.
So I assume when you spoke to colony collapse and then increased use of pesticide, you said that's been linked to infant mortality. You mean like human infants?
Yes, human, Commissioner Ebert, yes. That study looked specifically in the Northeast US in the counties where white nose syndrome had been for years and where losses of bats was over 90%. And so they focused on those counties. And the thing with the pesticide use, what I'm talking about is not our standard pesticide use or status quo pesticide use, but it increased by, I think, about 30% after the loss of bats. And the pesticides can spread also outside of the land, but they did find it linked to an increase in human infant mortality. Any other questions?
Any other questions, gentlemen?
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr. Chairman. I think you mentioned this, I just missed it. The source of the fungus,
Oh,
have they
thank
traced it back always in the US, North America, somewhere else?
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. I didn't actually touch on that. So the origin of the fungus is, from everything we know, appears to have come from Eurasia, and we think probably Europe. It was introduced into a cave near Albany, New York, and probably by a caver who had been caving elsewhere. And because it was introduced and our bats did not, they had never encountered it before, it's had devastating consequences. However, where in Eurasia, where it's been, they've evolved with it, it appears, they have not seen the mass mortality that we have in North America. They have some mortality, but minimal, nothing like we've seen with our bats here. Any other questions?
Any other questions, gentlemen? Commissioner Ebert.
What should I do if I find a dead bat?
Good question, and I should have said something about that. So if you find an individual dead bat, we don't need to know about it. Bats die, they get killed by cats or other predators, but the trigger is 5 or more dead bats or sick bats at the same place at the same time. So if you are out and about and you find 5 or more dead bats, we need fresh carcasses. And so the best thing to do is collect them, put them in a Ziploc bag, and get on the phone with us, because we do want to investigate unusual mortality. 5 or more dead bats, dead or sick bats.
I'm sorry. You
Yeah.
don't just pick a bat up, right?
Yeah, never handle a bat with bare hands, live or dead. So if it's dead, put on some gloves or scoop them up with a trowel or something like that and get them into the bag.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
That was fascinating, Rita.
Okay. Well, lastly, each of you has one of these little booklets and a page of stickers in your tray. So if you want to learn more about bats, take a look. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I was instructed by my 5-year-old to bring home some cool fish and game stickers, so I appreciate that. That
There you
saved
go.
some help for me.
Very interesting. Okay, continuing right along. Middle Fork Salmon River Chinook Red Survey. Luciano. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm Luciano Caramonte. I am Principal Research Biologist at our Nampa Fish Research Office. I work with a team that's responsible for monitoring wild Chinook, salmon, and steelhead populations in Idaho. First, like to extend credit and recognition to Josh McCormick, our biometrician, whose quantitative developments formed the latest update in this program. So I'm going to talk about Chinook salmon red surveys. But first, before I get into that, I'll go over some background information for you guys. So to understand the work we do, it's important to consider the salmon life cycle. You may have seen some version of this when Tim Copeland presented to you a year ago. We do snorkel surveys for juvenile fish in their natal rearing habitat. When those fish develop into smolts and begin migrating downstream, we trap them using rotary screw traps, such as that shown here. Further downstream, once they leave the state of Idaho, we also trap them at Lower Granite Dam, which is the most upstream large hydroelectric dam on the Lower Snake River. And then once they come back from the ocean, we also trap the adults at Lower Granite Dam, where all of these fish must pass through before coming back into Idaho. Further upstream into their spawning habitats, we do spawning ground surveys or red surveys. So for today's talk, I'll be mostly focusing on this part of the monitoring life cycle. So what is a red? If you're not familiar with the term, it's basically a gravel nest dug into the stream bed by the female salmon. She deposits her eggs and they simultaneously get fertilized by the male. She then buries those eggs where they incubate under the gravel until they hatch out. Now, these are very useful structures in the river for biologists because they're easily identifiable from the stream bank or sometimes from a raft or from the air. And furthermore, they're long lasting, so they stick around for several days, even weeks after the fish are long gone. And so we've been monitoring these reds in the Middle Fork Salmon River for a very long time. Here is a time series going back to 1957. This is almost 70 years of data that we've been collecting in the Middle Fork Salmon River Basin, which is a remarkably long data set for any monitoring of populations, whether it's fish or wildlife. So in these early years, there wasn't a lot known about the distribution and numbers of Chinook salmon that were coming back to Idaho. And so these surveys were done by fixed wing aircraft in combination with ground surveys and also paired with creel surveys to inform how many fish were being harvested and how many total fish were making it back into Idaho. In 1970, those surveys switched to helicopter surveys and ground surveys. And so for about the first 20 years of this time series, you can see the numbers are slowly ratcheting or quickly ratcheting down. There was intense harvest of these populations from 40 to 70% in any given year. Consequently, the last fishery on these wild populations was in 1978. And after that, we stopped allowing harvest on wild fish. And so in the years after that, you can see the populations kind of tanked and remained very low. And we continued to collect these data. And they were very important in eventually getting these fish listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act in 1992. Once that happened, a whole suite of additional monitoring requirements were put in place. When when a fish gets listed, when a salmon or steelhead under the Endangered Species Act, the only way that it can then come off of that list is by demonstrating population viability. And so that largely means not at risk due to threats over the course of 100 years. And how we inform that population viability is by collecting data related to these four metrics shown on the slide. So we collect data on abundance, so how many fish are out there, productivity, how well are these fish reproducing and replacing themselves, spatial structure or spatial distribution, so where are these fish occurring across the landscape, and then diversity, how resilient are they to change? And this diversity can come in the form of genetic diversity or life history diversity, run timing, age composition, things like that are all examples of that. And these red data for all of these years have been providing information on 3 of these 4 metrics: the abundance, the productivity, and the spatial distribution. So the other part to that listing is that not all Chinook salmon across their entire range were listed at that time. The group that was listed is the Snake River spring and summer Chinook runs of Chinook salmon, known as an evolutionarily significant unit that is distinct from other groups across the range of the species. That grouping is further broken down into major population groups that are also distinct, and then within each of those are independent populations. And so when I mentioned viability needing to be demonstrated, it starts at the population level, where a certain number of populations within an MPG need to demonstrate viability to then say that that major population group is viable. And then enough of those major population groups need to be viable to make the entire unit viable and adequate for delisting. So what does that look like for Idaho? Here's a map of that unit of Snake River spring and summer Chinook salmon. This is central Idaho with a little chunk of Washington and Oregon there on the left. What you're seeing here is each color is representing one of those major population groups that then is divided into independent populations. So we have 7 of those, 5 are in Idaho. The blue up top, those the wet Clearwater and the dry Clearwater major population groups. Those were deemed extirpated due to Lewiston Dam and reintroduced with hatchery fish. So those aren't actually under the listed groups. Then we have the lightish blue-green color is the South Fork Salmon River. The light green there in the middle is the Middle Fork Salmon River, the focus of today's talk. And then the dark green is the Upper Salmon. And then for context, there's Lower Granite Dams circled in yellow there. So I'm going to zoom into the Middle Fork major population group. You can see here on this map, the thick gray lines demarcate the independent populations. Within that, there are 9 of them. And this major population group is very important because it's largely protected by wilderness. And so that means that most of the habitat is relatively intact. There's been no hatchery stocking in this basin. And then there's also been no salmon harvest since 1978. So for all of these reasons, it's generally regarded as a reference population by which it can compare to other populations. So these surveys we do, these red surveys, I mentioned a few different methods that we use. Here's sort of a map of the most recent surveys that are done in the Middle Fork. We have the black lines showing places where we've done helicopter surveys across these populations, ground-based surveys, which includes walking the stream or in some instances outside of the wilderness using drones. And then we also work with the Forest Service to float the Middle Fork main stem. They're shown in blue to count the reds. And one thing I want to point out here is that even though most of that spatial distribution was surveyed by helicopter, on any given year, 3/4 or more of the reds are being counted in these ground-based surveys. So taking a step back to the Lower Granite Dam sampling, here's a photo of that dam. It's been in operation since 1975. And I mentioned that every adult salmon that comes across this dam coming into Idaho goes up this ladder. We have the ability to divert those fish into an adult trap at a predetermined rate systematically across the entire run that's coming back. So we collect length data, we collect whether it's male or female, collect age data through scales. We can tell if it's hatchery or wild origin. We can get an overall estimate of abundance, even of the untrapped fish. And it also is an opportunity to put pit tags in fish where they can be tracked further upstream using pit tag arrays. And then we also take genetic samples for analysis. And I want to focus on this last piece because this is an important part of today's talk. So here's that timeline again. And right here, shown by the arrow, in 2009, our genetics team developed tools known as genetic stock identification. So what that means is they're using genetic markers of these fish to identify groups that are distinct. And if you look at that map of the major population groups, the genetic stocks largely align with those groups. So basically what that gives us is abundance at a larger scale, both statewide and at the major population group scale. So we can take those data from Lower Granite Dam and say how many males and how many females are coming back to the Middle Fork Salmon River Basin or any of those other major population groups. So that kind of begged the question. For several years, we've been collecting data from the same populations, but at different scales. And we've been asking, can we do these, can we get similar information without doing these helicopter surveys? So we have risks posed to biologists and pilots with these surveys, very expensive. We have to contract it out on an annual basis and very logistically challenging for staff to plan and coordinate. Many months spent arranging all of that. So what Josh did was he basically came up with this integrated state-space model. You don't necessarily need to know what that means. And I'm not going to go into the math or any of the equations involved in that. Basically, it consists of a couple of submodels that take the ecological processes that are happening out in nature and then another model for the observation process. So the collection of those data, it's able to estimate the variation within both of those processes, link them together, but it's also linking multiple data sets together. So that's the integrated part of it, where we're taking information from the Lower Granite Dam data and linking it to the processes occurring in the red counts that we're observing. So conceptually, what that means here is we know the number of females coming back over Lower Granite Dam, and we can model the probability that they'll survive to the Middle Fork Basin. And then we can also model the probability that they'll spawn in any one of those independent populations based on the red count data. And then we can also model how many of those we would have seen in our ground counts and our helicopter counts, and ultimately use that entire data set from 2009 to 2023 to inform all of those processes and estimate female spawner abundances without having to do these helicopter surveys. So Here's a sneak peek of the paper that Josh just wrote that should be published soon. This is all of the Middle Fork Salmon River reds in the basin from 2009 to 23. The black dots are the observed data, and then to evaluate the model, he pulled out the data from that year and let the model estimate what would have been counted. And you can see the gray dots there are pretty dang close to the black dots. And if you look at it at the finer scale, at the population level scale, it does very well as well. There's some variation among populations on how well it does. And we're looking more into that variation to shore up those estimates in the form of expanding some of our ground counts in areas where we don't have as much survey coverage anymore, and also evaluating some of the model assumptions associated with red counts and total fish abundance. So in summary, we have this very rich data set that goes back several years. We have more recently developed tools through the Lower Granite Dam data and genetic sampling. And then now with this statistical model, we can link those data sets, leverage the data or completely to increase our insights about these populations. And getting our biologists out of the air makes it safer, more efficient, and ultimately better science. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Gentlemen, questions? Hearing and seeing none. Well, thank you, Luciano. That's fascinating. I know there's a lot of avid fishermen out there that are watching what you guys are doing very closely on this stuff, and it's appreciated the work that's being done to preserve these fish. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner.
You guys look, are we needing a break or want to continue on? All right, we're going to go ahead and push on. Valley and Paddock Fire Action Plan. Brad and Ann.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, my name is Brad Lowe. I'm the Regional Habitat Manager out of the Southwest Regional Office. And with me today is Ann Moser, who is the Regional Wildlife Biologist managing the Boise River WMA. We were asked to provide information on efforts undertaken to rehabilitate areas burned by the Paddock and Valley fires this past summer and fall. I'll begin by discussing the rehabilitation efforts on the Paddock fire, and Ann will present similar information on the Valley fire. It is that kind of week. Zoom past. Was there something
Have you tried pounding on it?
Brad, I know from experience, it's really helpful when nobody looks at you like, I'm going to help you. It's a great feeling, isn't it? Okay. The Paddock fire burned 187,185 acres. Most of what burned in the Paddock fire was BLM managed land at almost 110,000 acres. But there was a little over 62,000 acres of private land and over 15,000 acres of Idaho Department of Lands property that also burned. Working now. This area was winter range for approximately 4,500 mule deer and 1,000 elk, which represents roughly 35% of the Unit 32, 32A mule deer herd and 15% of the Weezer River Zone elk herd. The map here shows mule deer winter locations in orange and then elk locations in blue. You'll note that there were two other fires that burned in the area this past summer and fall, the 3,600 acre Big Flat Fire, and you're seeing the kind of the southern portion of the 97,500 acre Lava Fire. I'll run through the rehabilitation work that Fish and Game has been involved with, and I'll organize that by land ownership. I'll start with private lands. Recognizing that deer and elk were likely to spend more time than usual on private lands, we reached out to landowners within and immediately adjacent to the fire to offer assistance. We offered to purchase wildlife-friendly seed and provided monetary reimbursements for tractor expenses to those interested in planting their lands before October. One landowner who was already planning to aerially seed 1,000 acres of his property allowed Fish and Game to augment the seed mix with more wildlife-friendly species. 15 other landowners took advantage of cover crop mix we had offered that included things like daikon radish, winter pea, triticale, safflower, canola, hairy veg, to name a few. We were able to plant approximately 1,641 acres in cover crops, making a total of 2,641 acres of private property affected. The planted fields that were irrigated had germinated really well and had fairly substantial growth going into the winter. These fields seem to have worked for their intended purposes, as deer and elk have been observed using these fields. My staff and I reached out to the Idaho Department of Lands to see what might be possible on state lands. Idaho Department of Lands allowed us to plant shrubs and parcels at the core of what mule deer had been using. Fish and Game contracted with the Mule Deer Foundation to plant approximately 42,740 sagebrush and rabbitbrush seedlings. Beyond what Fish and Game had done, the Idaho Department of Lands made a determination that no rehabilitation actions are warranted on their property. They feel the topsoil sustained no long-term damage and the seeds remaining in the soil are unaffected. They anticipate that the rangeland will naturally recover. Much of what burned in the Paddock fire were non-native perennial grasses like smooth brome, intermediate wheatgrass, crested wheatgrass, which are species that are good forage species for cattle, but tend to grow in monocultures and provide less favorable habitat for wildlife. If funding allows, we would like to aerially broadcast sagebrush and native perennial grass seed on IDL lands to diversify what's available. We may also look to conduct additional shrub plantings in subsequent years. Staff and a host of volunteers collected sagebrush and rabbitbrush seed in relatively close proximity to the Paddock fire to aid in aerial seeding and to provide a seed source for subsequent shrub plantings. 63 volunteers and a handful of staff collected 542 pounds of seed. BLM intends to fly seed on approximately 80,000 acres. 60,000 acres of that will receive sagebrush and alfalfa seed, with the remaining 20,000 acres receiving sagebrush, grass, and alfalfa seed. The 20,000 acres with grass are areas where burn severity was higher, and therefore the likelihood of surviving perennial bunch grasses is lower. BLM had planned to conduct this work in late January. I'm not aware that it's actually happened yet. I think they had some contracting difficulties, but I think it's still the intent for that to happen in the coming weeks. Fish and Game had submitted a request to BLM to close motorized access within the burn scar, and in early January, BLM initiated a motorized closure that runs through April 30th. And I'll let Ann talk about the Valley Fire.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. So I'm going to talk about the Valley Fire. So the Valley Fire, if you came into Boise, you probably noticed the east end of the Boise foothills is black. And that is the Valley Fire. It's a 9,900 acre fire. And almost all of it was within the Boise River WMA, except for about 450 acres that was on private land. The fire started on October 4th, about 4 a.m. when a crossarm broke on an Idaho power pole. And in this picture here, this photo is taken from our trail camera that is at the Boise River WMA archery range. And obviously it's not even light out yet. So this is just an overview map to give you a perspective. So in the southwest corner is about where Boise starts. Sort of there's a pink line going up this way towards the east, that's Highway 21. The red boundary is the fire boundary, and the pink, that doesn't show up all that great, but the pink boundary is the Boise River WMA boundary. You can also see in here the land ownership. So the BLM is the yellow or the blue, and then there's a little bit of forest up in the northeast corner up there. So why is this important to us? So first of all, the Boise River WMA was set aside back in the 40s. And the primary management objective was to protect wintering big game. We estimated that about 2,400 mule deer and about 650 elk were impacted by this fire. And that's 10% of the Unit 39 deer and about 13% of the Boise River Zone elk. So this map is showing a migration pathway from radio-collared mule deer. So they're coming down from Summer Range, they're crossing Highway 21 and the Morris Creek Arm on the Lucky Peak Reservoir, and they're entering the Boise River WMA. And here you can see the terminal winter range for these deer is pretty much smack in the middle of the fire. You probably have seen this map before or some version of it. So this map was also used to help in some of the development of the Highway 21 wildlife overpass. So restoration plans. We have lots of restoration plans. I'm not going to go through each bullet here, but you can see that we have a variety of tools that we can use. And the tools that we can use are dictated mainly by topography. Obviously, the Boise foothills can be very steep. The equipment that we have, funding, and pre-fire conditions, which we know of from the monitoring data that we have. So the main threats to restoring the landscape are going to be invasive annual grasses. So that's cheatgrass, Medusa head, and we're increasingly seeing jointed goatgrass and ventonata in the foothills, and rush skeleton weed, which is a noxious weed. And we know that all of these things increase dramatically after. So we will need to use a combination of these methods, so a combination of herbicides, seeding, and planting, in order for us to trend towards restoration of the winter range. So this is what we've accomplished to date. And this is sort of broken up into the different tools that we can use. And we've only accomplished about 300 acres so far. So this was a late season fire. So it's hard to plan and implement and get funding for a late season fire. So what we've accomplished, we were able to accomplish with a team of fish and game staff and a lot of volunteers that have helped us to get things done on the ground before the ground froze. But the highlight is that we were able to plant 24,000 seedlings, and that included sagebrush, rabbit brush. We also had some native perennial bunch grasses that we had the Lucky Peak Nursery grow out, and some forbs. And also Brad mentioned that we have been collecting sagebrush seed that we will also use in our efforts. Oh, I want to go back to this figure. Oh no, can I go back? I also wanted to point out this figure. So this photo you have here. So this is a tractor planter, and the tractor planter is pulled behind a tractor. And so what they're doing, basically it's a tree planter that could have been used to plant, a forest plantation, but we use it to plant seedlings. So here you can see they each have some sagebrush in their hands and they're putting it in the ground. This is a great tool, but obviously it's very limited by topography. So I thought I'd show you the map again. So this is a map that's showing some of our accomplishments. So all the little funky polygons you see in the middle are all the different tools that we've used to get that 300 acres. We also have the hatched areas, which is going to be an aerial herbicide application in March. And then what I don't have on this map is the aerial seeding. So except for the aerial herbicide application, We will be aerial seeding all of our land, so all of the blue within the fire with sagebrush. Actually, it's going to happen tomorrow, which is good timing before we get this weather coming in. We also have about 20,000 bitter brush seedlings coming to us in the spring that we will get on the ground with the combination of hopefully our tractor, tree planter, and volunteers. So I thought I'd mention the closure that we have on the WMA. So Director Fredericks implemented a closure on the WMA until March 31st to minimize impacts to the sensitive resources like soils, and obviously to minimize disturbance to wintering big game that might still be within the burn boundary. We felt this closure was necessary because the WMA is very popular for hiking, mountain biking, and dog walking. So we had 8 trail counters on the 8 trails and roads that were within the boundary of this fire. And we looked back at that data and we had it summarized from 2018 to 2023. So during the winter months on all those 8 trails, the average number of total daily trips was 162. So of all those trail counters, 162 times it was tripped on a day. So if we assume that each person hit a trail counter twice, which is kind of an assumption because they could be looping it and hitting it more than once. They may or might not have a dog with them that's also tripping the counter. So that's a potential of 81 people per day in the winter that could be disturbing deer that have little food and no cover. So we appreciate the closure that Director Fredericks implemented. So this is my last slide, and I just want to emphasize that this will be a full adaptive management approach where we evaluate and adjust what we're going to do 1 to 2 times per year, depending on what we're seeing on the ground, what our funding is, what our capabilities are, et cetera. We know that some portions of the WMA had good cover of native perennial grasses and forbs, and we expect that most of those will return well on their own. Regardless, we will face that constant battle with the invasive annual grasses and the rush skeleton weed. However, without significant inputs from us, we won't see sagebrush and bitterbrush come back to pre-fire conditions within probably decades. So that'll be a lot of where our emphasis will lie in the near future. And that is all I have. I'm happy to answer questions.
Gentlemen, questions? Concerns? Commissioner Murphy?
Oh, just a comment on the Paddock fire. BLM's placed a closure there, which they did rapidly, and I sure appreciate, similar to Director Fredericks over at the WMA. So, both of those provide size of area impacted, soil impacts, erosion potential, all the above, loss of vegetation, and shed gathering comes up. What should be done with that? And my feeling at this point is that the closure by BLM is large enough and fast enough, and we'll be paying attention to where the deer not only are known to have gone, but what happens particularly through this first flush of storms and so forth. But at this time, I don't anticipate shed gathering management beyond what we have now, which is a road closure. For those that are concerned about that, I can assure you I'm paying attention to it. Supervisor Farrar and I have talked once a week about it, so it's front of mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Ebert?
I was going to comment along the same lines. I brought to our attention, I think we need to take a look at shed hunting and make sure we do whatever is appropriate for the circumstance.
Anyone else? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good report. Okay, we're pushing on. We're nearing the end, folks. Forest Legacy Program or overview. Casey and Jennifer.
Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm not going to take up hardly any time this afternoon. I'm just here to introduce our guest. Before I pass the mic over to Jennifer, I guess I'll just say that over the years, the department and the commission have been fortunate enough to take part in a number of really fantastic land conservation projects. And at the heart of those efforts really is a goal to protect and enhance wildlife and fisheries habitat, provide public access opportunities for sportsmen and women across the state. That's a huge undertaking, and I think it's important for us as a department and you as a commission to hear about similar conservation actions that are taking place across the state, our partners and colleagues in different agencies and organizations. The program you're going to hear about today is obviously focused on forested land conservation. It's really kind of a driving force behind an effort to maintain working lands on private grounds in the state. And there's a huge number of conservation benefits you're going to hear about. And so with that, I'd just like to say thanks to Jennifer Barker for being here today. She's Forest Legacy Program Manager for IDL. Take it away.
Thank you for being here, Jennifer.
Chairman, Director, Commissioners, thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you about the program. It's something near and dear to my heart, obviously, it's my day job, but it's also a really exciting program that kind of crosses the boundaries of what you guys are accomplishing and what IDL is accomplishing as well. So what is the Forest Legacy Program? It's a land conservation program. It's aimed at keeping working forests working, and it's housed in IDL. It's actually a program that's administered from the Forest Service. Sorry, housed in. Let me take a minute. Okay, so it's created in 1990. The Forest Service is the one that implements it, and each state has their own organization that handles it for that state. In Idaho, it's Department of Lands. Our involvement became in 2003 is when IDL became involved in it, and we had a big project in Potlatch area that was the first one in IDL's portfolio. And the majority of the funding for the projects is through federal grants. The program goals include identifying priority forested lands, which is pretty much all the forested lands in Idaho, but a good chunk of our projects have been in the Northern Panhandle region just because of the importance of that landscape up there. And it's also been a priority area for a lot of our partners. And so the majority of our projects are north of Sandpoint at this point. Forest Legacy keeps working forests working, which is really important to Idaho Department of Lands and the fact that we are kind of a timber industry as well. And the properties remain privately owned, which is really important to the state of Idaho because a lot of the properties in our northern regions aren't publicly owned or are publicly owned. So the private properties need to remain on those local tax rolls and need to be able to continue contributing taxes to those communities. So we use it as a tool. Some of the things that it benefits, how it benefits us, is it reduces fragmentation and development in the wildland urban interface. It helps with clean water, viewshed in all our mountainous areas. It helps maintain that sustainable forestry, carbon sequestration, and it keeps these access opportunities for public access guaranteed into the future, which ends up being a cost savings for Idaho. You guys have the large tracts program that a lot of these lands had been previously enrolled in. No longer becomes necessary for those lands to be enrolled in that program because through the Forest Legacy Program, it's guaranteed public access in perpetuity. So some of how we do that is I'm going to explain a little bit about the property rights. Is we do conservation easements on these properties, and property comes with property rights, and it's kind of like a box of pencils. When you buy that property, oftentimes you get all the rights that come with that property. Could be subdivision rights, development rights, water rights, all that. And so we use that box of pencils, so you're buying that whole thing. Well, the landowner willingly chooses to sell the development rights to IDL for the purpose of maintaining it as forested land that's not developed in perpetuity. Again, we're the state administrators and we hold the conservation easements for the projects that are in the Forest Legacy Program. And ongoing from once we get that conservation easement in our portfolio, we maintain relationships with those landowners, continuously monitor those properties to make sure that the properties are staying within the conservation values that we've established through that conservation easement. And then again, it remains working timberlands. So the conservation easement restricts certain uses on the property. We're not restricting all the uses on the property. The landowner still gets to manage the land how they see fit. Each individual conservation easement is actually coordinated with the landowner to accomplish their vision of that property in perpetuity. There are times there are building envelopes and different options the landowner wants to see in the future, and we negotiate per project specific what's going to be best for this property, what's the dream of this landowner, and how can we make sure that we're meeting everyone's goals in that. So why would a landowner want to do this? There's financial incentives. landowner is compensated financially for selling those development rights. The landowner receives 75%, typically it's 75% of the easement value, so it's appraised by an appraiser, and they're compensated 75%. That 25% is used as match because it is a federal grant, so we do have to match it. That 25% is a donation, and then the landowner also gets to use that donation as possible federal tax benefits. The landowners also really like that their dream and their vision for their property, maybe it's property that they've worked for years, maybe it's a property that their family has worked for generations, is going to not become a subdivision. And that's really important to a lot of our landowners because they really have a lot of pride in what they've done to their land, and they want to make sure that it remains working forested land forever. And we've had a lot of families that this has been the way that they've been able to keep their property in the family. Because as the parents age out, there's multiple children, and not all of them have the same dream and have the same goals. So the siblings wanting to buy each other out, this has been a tool that has been able to help them keep these properties in the family, which is pretty cool. So our eligible properties, privately owned, they have to be at least 5 acres. Our plan likes us to focus on lands that are over 100 acres, and they're at least 75% forested and located within our priority landscape areas identified in our forest action plan. And the QR code is to that forest action plan if anybody's curious. Public access isn't required, but it is highly encouraged. So public access on the industrial properties, the properties that are owned by timber companies, they do require public access. There's a lot of smaller landowners that managing public on a lot smaller farm where they may be grazing cattle, they may be harvesting trees, and they're trying to live, just isn't always really realistic. So there is some kind of grace for those situations. So while it's encouraged, it's not required. Our process is that we work with the willing landowners, and we develop an application that competes with applications across the nation. We're competing with rainforests in Hawaii and forests along Maine. So it's everywhere, and we develop applications that are going to be strong and shows what the benefits are to Idaho, to our animals, and to our public. So we get grants from the Forest Service. So we go through their application process and compete for funding that way. The money comes from the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is actually royalties from offshore drilling. So it is, that is typically the way that our projects are funded. It's kind of depleting one resource and they're putting money back into conserving another resource. The Inflation Reduction Act had added considerable funds to the program. And so we were able to get a lot of different funding opportunities for more once in a lifetime type projects that were more money than we were typically allowed to ask for. It was like landscape scale projects, projects that had tribal relationships, and then smaller landowners that maybe wouldn't have been normally nationally competitive had the opportunity to do that. Problem with the smaller ones is that it was required to have public access through the federal program. And a lot of landowners were just really unwilling to have people just traipsing onto their private properties. So why is it important to Idaho? Well, you all know that Idaho's been growing and growing rapidly the last few years. We're the 7th fastest growing state still in the nation. And when you're wanting to have this nice view and nice chair out in the woods, it means that we're taking landscapes that previously were open, working forests, hillsides that were undeveloped, and turning them into smaller parcels. This makes a big difference for a lot of what's going on here. Development in the wildland-urban interface changes how we strategize fire. There's different strategies to handling large blocks of forested land versus all these little parcels that have houses. It increases the risk to personnel, properties, lives, and it just changes how we're doing things. Also, it also changes the habitat and the resource availability when these parcels are fragmented. Keeping them whole, keeping them forested allows for that resource availability and keeps some of the migration corridors open for our wildlife species. And it also reduces some of the negative human and wildlife interactions that can take place in the wildland-urban interface. Idaho is a state that really has relied on forestry as an industry for a really long time. And we need to have these forested lands that are working to be able to make sure that infrastructure investments into the mills are going on into the future. So we're committed to keeping these timberlands working properties and working open space properties. There's a little bit of statistics about how much labor income comes from our forestry. And fragmentation tends to reduce the knowledge of forestry practices. So as you have these smaller landowners, they're not often able to even qualify to take logs to the mill because they don't have enough there. And then the forest just turns into whatever happens to it naturally because they're not able to manage it profitably. And so they just don't, or they may not have the knowledge on how to manage these forested properties just because they like looking at it and they like relaxing on their porch doesn't necessarily mean that they know when thinning is appropriate and how to reduce kind of the brown fuels. Forested lands influence clean water. As water falls, dissipates into that forest canopy, recharges our aquifer, keeps these waters clean. We're all relying on groundwater mostly for our drinking water. And so it's really important to make sure that these forested lands are available to help clean water get back into our aquifers and rivers. And then there's the increased recreation opportunity. The most of our forest legacy easements allow for non-motorized public access that's granted in perpetuity. Again, it keeps us from you guys from having to cover that access. Yes, there are large tracts program properties, and it's again free of cost to the people that have been recreating on these lands for decades. They can go out shed hunting, they can go foraging, and hunting on these properties. A lot of the landowners choose not to allow motorized recreational access just because there's a lot of like tree topping by snowmobiles, and that tends to be a little bit more damaging. But some of the landowners are interested in having that be an option in the future if they can work out agreements with different recreational entities. So we let that be up to the landowner on that particular piece. And then again, a lot of our water bodies are destination fisheries, so that clean water can put in place into our recreational use for these lands as well. As far as our accomplishments, in 2024, we acquired 6 forest legacy easements covering over 14,000 acres. All of those are industrial properties open to non-motorized public access. 5 of the easements were associated with the Moya River Corridor project, which had been underfunded. Gives me the perfect opportunity to thank you all for being willing to contribute a portion of that because it really got us past that goal line and able to complete those projects. That was a huge thing for us, so thank you. As far as our current portfolio, we have about 50 easements totaling over 100,000 acres. Each easement requires annual monitoring, and that makes sure, again, that they're complying with the terms of their easement. And especially the smaller landowners, as they property changes hands, it's really important for us to keep up those relationships to make sure that the newer and subsequent landowners know what needs to happen on the property. And then we are also constantly working with other land organizations to identify and seek funding for other opportunities to continue to grow the program. So as of right now, we have 3 projects that we've applied for, and they're kind of in the process of getting ranked through the national panel process. Those 3 are smaller projects with private landowners. They would not contribute to any public access component, but they are really good range opportunities. One is just outside of Sandpoint, and he says that they have elk calving there every year. Industrial property wise, we did get a grant we got notified in October for the Stimson Timberland Legacy, and it's going to be a good portion of the Stimson properties. And between that and the Spirit of Mount Spokane project, we're looking at conserving another approximately 100,000 acres within the next couple of years. Going to more than double the acreage that we already have in the program. So they're currently enrolled in the large tracts program. And so once those conservation easements are closed, and it's not going to be necessary to continue to pay for those properties to be public access. It's going to be public access in perpetuity. This is a map. It's a little broken up because Idaho's big, long, and we have so many in the north that it's really hard to see. So there's the Idaho North map, has the little green squares are ones that we've already completed. All of the little red pieces, which extends from pretty much the Canadian, almost the Canadian border, all the way through Latah County for sure. There's little pieces all over. And so all of those are going to be, open to public access once we get that conservation easement closed. Super excited. And purple is the Spirit of Mount Spokane project, which is also funded, and we're in the due diligence process of making sure that that's a project, making sure that everything is in order to get that project closed. And then the other purple, there's another purple International Selkirk Loop, which actually closed at the end of 2024. So there's a lot going on in Idaho, and it's very exciting for all of us. So what's next in the program? We're going to be doubling the acreage probably by 2027. We have currently over 100,000 acres conserved. We're going to be adding another little bit over 100,000 acres additional that's already funded. And then we have more projects on the horizon. As this has been successful, more landowners are interested in the opportunity. And so we're just going to keep going. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. You probably hit on it and I may have missed it, but how long has this program been in place?
Chairman, commissioners, the program's been or IDL has been in the program since 2003.
2003, okay. And you're going to potentially double in the next few years. So it seems like you're accelerating your efforts and abilities to do that. So great work. Are there any questions, comments from the commission? Thank you.
Chairman, I make a comment, if I could. So yeah, Jennifer, really appreciate you being here. And this program, when I first fully understood what it was, it just seemed too good to be true, because it really is protecting not just the conservation value, but the access piece, which has a fiscal implication to us. And as Jennifer just said, if the 100,000 acres goes through, as it should this year, that means that's in excess of $160,000 a year that we won't be spending. And those rates are going up, and there's no guarantee that the timber companies would want to continue that 5, 10, 15 years down the road. This captures it in perpetuity, and it pays for it. I mean, it's just a wonderful program for so many reasons, like Jennifer said. And the partnership that we have with Land's much appreciated, and it is growing. Hopefully the federal government and the USDA recognizes the value of this. It was bolstered, as Jennifer said, with Bill IRA funding, and we'll see where it goes. But the IDL has built up the program. You said that you've doubled the staff, so there's 2 of you now. So look forward to working with you more in the future.
Thank you, Director.
Great comments, Director. Any other questions, comments?
I just to echo what Jim said, I think it's a great program and I support you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Director, looking at the clock, we're running a little late on time. We've got some guys that are expecting or trying to catch some flights. What do you think about foregoing the director's report?
I'm willing to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. In commission reports, unless anybody has anything super pressing that they would like to hit upon. See nobody jumping to their mic, so we will pass on those. All good information to be read, hopefully later by you guys as to all the things that are going on, not only from the director's report, but in the different regions. Next thing on the agenda, I believe, is the meeting schedule. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 25th and 26th here in Boise. Is there any changes or issues with that? Okay, everybody's got that in their calendars and ready. Director?
No, nothing to add to that. Stand by, and if we will consider field trip plans or some activity the prior day as normal. If there's
you mean so we don't have to sit in a workshop the entire
unless we can do another workshop if you'd rather.
No, the workshop was very beneficial. Okay, so with that, we are to moving into executive session.
25th and 26th.
That's what we've got on our list there. I believe those are the dates.
Thank you.
Can I make a motion, Chairman? Would that be appropriate to move into executive session?
Please, Commissioner Harshburger.
I'd like to move the commission to go into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206, subsection 1C and F.
I would second that.
The moved in second. Is this a roll call vote? Okay, roll call vote for this, starting in Region 1. All right. We are back in the public meeting, having come out of executive session with no actions taken. So with that, is there anything else that the commission would like to discuss? Or are we discussed out? I see a lot of heads nodding. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting, and we'll see you guys in March. Thank you.